Jersey where Big Sean and J. Cole were performing.
One witness says an argument broke out in a parking lot at the PNC Bank Arts Center in Holmdel when someone started shooting, wounding 2 people.
The 2 victims are listed in critical condition at Jersey Shore Hospital.
New Jersey State Police Sergeant Gregory Williams says the gunman fled into the woods.
The search is ongoing for the shooter.
Steve Rappaport, Fox News Radio.
The man wanted for killing a Memphis police officer Saturday night turned himself in yesterday. Tremaine Wilburn's now being held on $9 million bond. Most of the Republicans running for president were on stage last night at a forum in New Hampshire.
This president has, for two times, has admitted that we don't have a strategy as it relates to ISIS.
It's not the American people who are failing the entitlement system. It's the leaders of our country who are failing the American people by not telling them the truth.
Jeb Bush and Chris Christie and 12 other candidates each got a chance to speak, but Donald Trump, the frontrunner with 26% in the latest Fox News poll, was not there.
One of the sponsors of the forum, the New Hampshire Union leader, says Trump declined to attend because of a piece critical of Trump that appeared in that newspaper. He says Trump also informed the union leader that he was unlikely to receive its endorsement anyway, so he just didn't show up.
That's Fox's Rich Edson. Trump will be there Thursday night when the top GOP candidates debate in the polls. The top 10, they'll score off for the first primetime presidential debate. The other 7 will debate a few hours earlier. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This morning we have 66 degrees, 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Governor Bruce Rauner issues a state disaster declaration for 23 counties devastated by severe storms and has asked the Federal Emergency Management Agency to help assess damages there. Rauner saying yesterday the series of storms in June and July caused heavy rainfall, flash flooding, and tornadoes in 23 counties, stretching from Alexander County on the Ohio River to Grundy County in north central Illinois. Meantime, weather officials are confirming that a tornado hit Lake County over the weekend. National Weather Service says it was an EF1 tornado that ran along the ground in Round Lake, Haynesville, Grays Lake, and Wildwood Sunday night. Damage is still being fixed in Chicago's Rogers Park neighborhood following the severe storms over the weekend as well. Chicago's Roman Catholic Archdiocese and Archbishop Blaise Supich have removed a priest from pastoral duties as authorities investigate why he had questionable material stored on a computer in his possession. The Archdiocese of Chicago announced yesterday they told the Cook County State's Attorney's Office that church officials found sexual images and material on the computer of St. Pancratius pastor, the Reverend Octavio Munoz Capetillo. Governor Bruce Rauner has approved a measure requiring students who suffer from a concussion to get permission from a doctor or trainer before they may return fully to their sport. The legislation Rauner signed Monday becomes law immediately. It extends concussion-related measures already in place at most high schools to elementary and middle schools. The Illinois High School Association, which oversees prep sports in the state, backed the measure and already has strong concussion protocols in place for schools. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pirates postponed because of rain. Tampa Bay beat the White Sox 5-4, and the news a service of the American Association for Cancer Research. The American Association for Cancer Research is the world's first and largest organization dedicated to finding cures through research. Please support cancer research by donating today at www.aacrfoundation.org. Check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Both political parties want people in this country illegally.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Now, they want them here for different reasons. Democrats believe that these illegals will vote for them. Republicans want the cheap labor. The vast majority of the Republican Party does what big business tells them to do.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Square Trade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded Square Trade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month, plus up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade phone protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
SquareTrade!
5:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte. Good morning.
Look pretty good. Most of the overnight road work is gone. There's still some on the outbound Ryan from Cermak to the Stevenson. In fact, the southbound Chinatown feeder to the outbound Ryan. Local lanes is closed. Traffic goes right into the Express. And there's work from 43rd to 47th as well, but no delays there. Traffic is a service of the City of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep our community safe. Call 855-RPRT-2S4. You see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Sun and some clouds today with a high 83, then partly cloudy for the night, low 62. Limited sunshine tomorrow with a high 83 and mostly cloudy at night with a low 64. Then remaining mostly cloudy Thursday, high 83. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
63 at O'Hare, 70 along Chicago's lakefront, 68 Midway, 64 in Wheeling, and 56 degrees in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
New insight about the potential political stunner that could shake up the battle for the White House. Word that Vice President Joe Biden, still mourning the death of his son Beau just 2 months ago, is actively considering making a late entry into the Democratic race to challenge Hillary Clinton, a challenge that Beau Biden strongly encouraged.
President Obama today made a passionate case for reducing carbon emissions, especially from coal-burning power plants, arguing that nothing less than our health, safety, and future are at stake.
And I do think it's important to remember the group behind this, they're not a medical group. They're not about women's health care. They're completely focused on ending access to legal abortion in this country, and they've been behind a 10-year campaign to end access to Planned Parenthood health care for women in America.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
How you doing?
All right.
Oh, you're wearing my second favorite T-shirt, the Wheaton Meat Company one.
It's another day, another novelty T-shirt. That's what I always say. Mark Kirk chose not to vote to defund Planned Parenthood, and the question is, does that mean we should vote not to re-elect Mark Kirk? 312.
Republican to vote against defunding Planned Parenthood.
Well, he was 53-46 vote to defund Planned Parenthood. But, of course, in the Senate, and this is kind of a matter of debate, this is not a constitutional provision. It's a Senate procedural rule. Kirk's friend, if only Mark Kirk could be a little bit more like Joe Manchin, Democrat from West Virginia, Joe Donnelly, a Democrat from Indiana. Those two Democrats voted to defund, as well as the Republicans that were present. Lindsey Graham, for example, was not present for the vote. But it was fairly clear from those on this in the Senate. So
he knew it wasn't a key vote, so he didn't have to show up?
That he wasn't going to be the 60th vote, so he wasn't going to have to effectively take heat for it. And there's some arguments about it was. And, it's very clear where Mark Kirk is. And I got to tell you, my personal opinion on this, where I am on this, after Mark Kirk voted just a month ago against providing opportunity scholarships to poor children, voting to effectively discriminate against children based on their household income and their address, disproportionately minority children, about income more than race, but it's disproportionately minority. After he did that, now this, combined with the fact that for Tammy Duckworth either, but there's another option.
What's the other option?
To write in Amy Jacobson.
No.
To not vote the race. And I'm not going to vote the race. I'm not voting for Tammy Duckworth because she's a roll call vote for the left.
Right.
So there's no change there. There's no improvement there. Of course not. But I'm not voting for Mark Kirk.
It's not too late for the conservative branch of the Republican Party to throw up a candidate. 312-642-5600.
The conservative base of the Republican Party. 70% plus self-identify as conservative. That's not a wing that do the same. But I'm willing to hear arguments. I'm willing to hear arguments, even the Machiavellian arguments about why, despite it all, economic issues, moral issues, religious freedom issues, why, despite Mark Kirk's education reform issues, despite his record across the board, why Mark Kirk is still the best choice. Vin in St. Charles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
When Mark Kirk is sitting around next Christmas wondering why he lost the election, it's going to be because of regular people like me here in Illinois. We just go down the ballot and we just skip the vote on the U.S. Senate. I hope the GOP party in Illinois puts somebody up against him, but it's starting to get pretty late.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ben.
Before the vote was taken, Kirk made it clear that he would vote to sustain the filibuster because, are you ready for this? Planned Parenthood, he said, doesn't sell aborted babies in the state of Illinois, in his state. That was his line of argument.
Yeah,
Don't kill the messenger, but that was his line of argument right there.
Well, I mean, that's
that we know, but
those are the kind of arguments you're relegated to when you take an unreasonable position. Those are the kind of silly arguments you're relegated to. First of all, we don't know that to be true.
Right, because one of the videos they talk about Stroger Hospital.
Well, that's an excellent point. And in addition to that, Mark Kirk doesn't know that to be true unless he's done some independent inquiry or unless he just takes the Josh Earnest position of, hey, if you want to know what Planned Parenthood's doing, just call them. They'll tell you. Yeah, man, I want some independent verification, Josh. Thank you. But the other thing is, Jeannie Ives, state rep from Wheaton, friend of the show, has called for has sponsored a resolution in Springfield calling for an investigation of Planned Parenthood because we don't know. Those facilities are never inspected. We have no idea what they're doing.
I didn't even know before we had your representative friend Jeannie Ives on that they were not regulated whatsoever. They don't have inspectors come in at all to inspect those clinics.
Meanwhile, in other news on the topic, to contrast what's going on here with our junior senator, Bobby Jindal in Louisiana moved to defund Planned Parenthood in Louisiana, essentially saying no more Medicaid funds to Planned Parenthood there. Look, remember what we're talking about here. You can talk about cancer screenings all you want, and that's what they want to talk about because they can't talk about the bloody for-profit business they actually run. 300,000 plus abortions a year. And now we find out all of this additional information about trafficking in the body parts from those abortions. This is not even close, actually, in terms of the substance of the argument. And again, we go back to say the reason Cecile Richards was on with Stephanopoulos, the reason she was on with Mrs. Greenspan on MSNBC yesterday, and we'll get to that audio, is because Planned Parenthood is feeling the damage from what they have been exposed as to have been doing for many, many years, even from people that are otherwise sympathetic to the pro-choice position or believe in, the quote-unquote safe, legal, rare abortion. Joe in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. If Joe Walsh ever wanted to get back into politics, I think this would be a walk-in for him.
I don't think. Well, I respectfully disagree, but that's an option. Thanks for the call, Joe. Tom in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Oh, sorry, he stole my thunder. I was going to say the same thing. Let's see if Joe Walsh can beat Tammy Duckworth in a statewide election instead of one that was fixed by rigging the boundaries the way they did the last time out.
Thanks for the call, Tom. You have to have a serious conservative challenger, otherwise it's not worth it.
But a lot of people think Joe Walsh is the answer.
Well,
that he's a conservative challenger.
That is not. Joe Walsh is not going to beat Mark Kirk in a primary. I'll just say it straight away. That's just not going to happen.
Why not?
Because.
Or if you don't want to talk about it.
Well, I mean, I just
you
think.
can respectfully decline my question.
I think it's a bad matchup. I think it's just a bad matchup. I think he'd have trouble raising the money. I think the Howard Beale routine only has so much currency. Donald Trump's about to find that out in this primary, too. Greg in the Grange, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
No to Mark Kirk. No to Mark Kirk, and I won't vote to defend an election either. If this state doesn't have the ability to put up a legitimate conservative challenger to Tammy Duckworth, who's almost a shoo-in anyways in this rubber stamp state, there's no way I'm voting for it. I can't do it. I can't vote for Mark Kirk. Impossible. No way.
Thanks for the call, Greg. I don't think Tammy Duckworth is a shoo-in. This is not, the Democrats, remember what this Saul Alinsky tactic, they want the majority to believe their opinions are the minority. The opinions that are expressed here are not the minority. This is not Oregon. This is not Massachusetts. This is not some deep blue state. Tammy Duckworth is no walk if we have a good candidate. Is Mark Kirk a good candidate? No. Has he been a good U.S. Senator on policy? No. But this is not a walk, and people shouldn't concede U.S. Senate seats. The reason that I'm suggesting, in part, that Mark Kirk be challenged or that I'm going to no-vote the race is because Mark Kirk is not positioned to be Tammy Duckworth. He just opened a war on two fronts, and he should go back in World War II history and see how that worked out for Germany when they invaded Russia, which is tantamount to what Mark Kirk just did.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
More of your phone calls next. 312-642-5600 is our phone number. Today, I'll hear the numbers in the weather department. Sunny to partly cloudy, just a gorgeous day, a high of 83 degrees. Tomorrow, more of the same clouds, more cloud coverage than sunshine, a high of 83. No rain, though, in the forecast. Let's see what the travel times are like this Tuesday morning. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. On 53 northbound at Lake Cook, on the ramp to westbound Lake Cook, there's a rollover truck there in the ditch. The ramp is open, but at some point we may have a closure to get that out. Southbound I-55 at I-80, the left lane is closed after an overnight truck crash. Inbound Ryan is getting a little heavy approaching downtown. Outbound, there's road work. The Chinatown feeder has traffic going straight into the express lanes. Access to the locals is closed till 6. Then there's work from Pershing to 47th and the three right lanes, and the right express lane as well, closed 43rd to 47th. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, a lot of texts, a lot of calls. I'm going to write in Truax, Doug Truax, who ran in the primary against Jim Oberweis.
Yeah, he's been on the show a few times.
Good young candidate. That's now we're getting somewhere. 815, we won't get kirked again. Vote conservative. That's Steve on 88.
Say that again. We won't get kirked again.
Right. Yeah.
We won't
Nice
be
little
fooled again.
Who
Nice.
reference. Yeah.
Mhm.
Text from 872. I thought Dan always wore a coat and tie. And yes, vote to de-elect Mark Kirk. We don't need alleged GOPers having a Democrat light. 872 is watching me. I still feel like Rockwell. Someone's always watching me. Sean from Elmwood Park for Senate. No more rhinos for Tammy Duckworthless either from 815. And then there's Hillary Clinton. So I wonder if Mark Kirk agrees with Hillary Clinton. She released a video. She's been all over the map on this issue. First, she, wanted the videographers investigated. Then she found the contents of the videos disturbing. She released a 2-minute video yesterday.
Oh, now what side is she on now?
She's with Planned Parenthood. I think Cecile Richards may be her running mate. I think that would be a good ticket. Hillary defending Planned Parenthood. Here's what she had to say.
Republicans like Scott Walker and Jeb Bush are calling to defund Planned Parenthood, the country's leading provider of reproductive health care. And they are joined by Republicans in Congress who will not waste a minute in voting to make that happen. If this feels like a full-on assault on women's health, that's because it is. When politicians talk about defunding Planned Parenthood, they're talking about blocking millions of women, men, and young people from life-saving preventive care.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? It's the same care you could get at different centers. It's everywhere. You could go, you use your Medicaid and Medicare. You can go to a doctor. It's the same amount of money.
Yeah,
It's not cheaper at Planned Parenthood. I've been there. I've done the screenings. I know it for a fact.
Where am I going to go to get my prostate exam now that Planned Parenthood got defunded? So I guess Mark Kirk is in the Hillary Clinton camp. So if not Cecile Richards, maybe Mark Kirk for Hillary's running mate. Sharon in Itasca, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Real quick, I looked at Breitbart, and here's that whiter than white blonde woman breathing a sigh of relief that they got the money. She's the biggest racist out there because all these liberal Democrats who vote that way allow the government to do their dirty racist work for them. When you see the group that uses the most amount of birth control by this organization and get abortions and abortifacient pills, it's blacks and other minorities. This way, the white racist Democrats don't have to raise their own guns in what they think is basically a takeover of their left-wing white agenda. It isn't about helping women because you could get, like you said earlier, this medical care. Now that Obamacare is here, you can get it for free.
That's right.
Parenthood, if you look at it this way.
Free, quote unquote.
It is black people who are the most adversely affected by the abortion providers. And this is what they've let the government do for them.
Thanks for the call, Sharon. Appreciate it. Mike on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Mark Kirk has become the Caitlyn Jenner of the Illinois Republican Party. If he's on the ballot, not only will I boycott his race, I'll boycott the presidential race. So unless the Republican Party gets rid of him, I'm not going to vote, and I'm going to encourage all my friends and relatives in Florida, Ohio, and Missouri to avoid the presidential race.
All right.
Well, then you're just guaranteeing a Democratic win. If everybody just sits this one out, it's going to happen what happened with Mitt Romney.
Well, yeah, I don't agree with boycotting or taking a pass in the presidential race. I mean, if Scott Walker's the nominee, for example, Scott Walker provided leadership on this issue and so many others at the state level. So have other Republican candidates. It's not just Scott Walker alone. Rand Paul and Ted Cruz, others were pushing this to get the vote from McConnell in the first place. So, not all Republicans are the same. But by the way, one other thing I'll say on this. This is not, because I'd love to hear from moderate Republicans, too, that are Kirk supporters. And by the way, I was a Kirk supporter. So Kirk wins the primary in 2010, fair and square. Support Mark Kirk. He's a moderate.
I thought you voted for Ali G.
Right. Of course not. Bruce Rauner wins the primary. Bruce Rauner's a moderate. Bruce Rauner wins the primary fair and square in 2014. I supported Bruce Rauner. This is not about expunging moderates from the Republican Party. I am fine with the diversity of opinion within the Republican Party, to a limit. There's got to be some core values, some policies that we essentially advocate as informing the brand Republican Party. Otherwise, it is a brand without value, and this is why we're the super minority party in a state that Chicago Democrats have lorded over for 40 years and have destroyed the state's economy. Against our opponents and their performance, we should be the majority party in Illinois. Does anybody ever stop and think, why aren't we? Why haven't we taken advantage of the terrible public policy choices Democrats have made that have forced so many people from this state that has Illinois in the worst financial condition of any state in the nation? Why is that? Maybe it's because the brand Republican Party doesn't mean anything, and maybe it's because of Republicans like Mark Kirk.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
At lifequotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At lifequotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, a healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. LifeQuotes.com or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
AM 560. The Answer.
You're watching you, Dan.
872 is, I know.
Yeah,
by the way, just one point of order on this whole Planned Parenthood issue. We have invited representatives from Planned Parenthood, Illinois, from Personal Pack on this show to discuss the issue, and they have declined, which tells you something about their willingness to engage on this issue, the confidence of their position. It's a cowardly act, but that's their business they're in.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Donald Trump, a third-party candidate possibility, and new information about Joe Biden's possible run for president. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good Tuesday morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Today is the day Fox News will announce the 10 highest polling candidates who they say will take part in Thursday night's primetime Republican presidential debate. Fox and Facebook are hosting that televised event. New Hampshire voters now know a bit more about the candidates who are seeking the GOP nomination during a forum at St. Anselm College yesterday. 14 Republican candidates were asked about immigration, the economy, and education.
But we need higher standards. We need robust accountability, school choice, ending social promotion, a comprehensive plan to make sure that more than just a third of our kids are college or career ready.
Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush among the front runners who participated. Donald Trump did not. 2 are dead following a circus tent collapse in New Hampshire. Brendan Isham was on hand when the weather turned bad.
Next thing you know, the wind picked up, and from there on, stuck the tent with it.
Days are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Federal funding for Planned Parenthood has been a hot topic since release of controversial pro-life videos made by the Center for Medical Progress. President Obama is unveiling a very controversial plan to combat climate change.
I am convinced that no challenge poses a greater threat to our future and future generations than a changing climate.
The plan includes regulations that require every state to reduce emissions from coal-burning power plants. Officials in Memphis say the man being hunted connected with the death of a police officer is now behind bars.
Today at approximately 4:53 p.m., I was contacted and advised that Wilburn turned himself in to U.S. Marshal's office at the Federal Building.
Memphis Police Director Tony Armstrong on the arrest of Tremaine Wilburn yesterday. Jurors back in the courtroom for the phase number 3 of sentencing in the Colorado Theater shooting trial. They kept the death penalty on the table yesterday. Governor Bruce Rauner has issued a state disaster declaration for 23 counties devastated by severe storms this summer. Weather officials confirmed that a tornado did hit Lake County over the weekend, scraping across Round Lake, Haynesville, Grays Lake, and Wildwood on Sunday night. And a civil lawsuit alleging ethics violations has become an issue in a Democratic Congresswoman's bid to unseat first-term Republican U.S. Senator Mark Kirk. The complaint alleging workplace retaliation was filed by 2 employees of a Southern Illinois veterans home against Tammy Duckworth. The judge has scheduled a hearing on that complaint for later today, with a tentative trial date set for April, 1 month after the Senate primaries. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pirates rained out Tampa Bay over the White Sox 5-4. The news a service of the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council. Don't be the one who gets left behind. Visit feedthepig.org for tools and tips to get started on the path to financial stability. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
There's a lot happening in this world, and you don't want to find out about it and what it means from an old country DJ or from a guy who's only famous for blowing up disco records or from some washed-up shock jock. You want to listen to AM 560's lineup that includes Illinois political expert Dan Proft, Emmy Award-winning journalist Amy Jacobson, and former United States Congressman Joe Walsh. Get in the know from the names that really know what's happening. Only on AM 560. The Answer.
Buffalo Wild Wings just got more obsessed with beer. They're rolling out specials like the Oktoberfest Beer Cheese Dippers, made with special Sam Adams Oktoberfest Cheddar Dip. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property, criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
Hey, one of the reasons we won the Super Bowl in 1985 is because we had a great defense. Hi, this is Mike Ditka. In today's uncertain financial times, you need retirement accounts with defense you can count on. The stock market, it's a roller coaster. It can have a disastrous impact on your retirement. Now, Steve DeJohn and the DeJohn Advisory Team have been growing and protecting retirement accounts for years. Their product of choice, fixed index annuities. Now, these are not risky securities on Wall Street. They are insurance products with protection. If the market does well, so does your account. If the market does poorly, your account is protected. The DeJohn Advisory Team offers hundreds of products for your IRAs, 401ks, or any other retirement money. Call 866-515-6669 or visit retainyourgains.com and request their 10-minute DVD. Tell them Coach Ditka sent you. Call now and see which plan is right for you. 866-515-6669. That's 866-515-6669.
5:38, time to take comfort with Air Comfort and time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Stevenson, just a little heavy around Kedzie. Then the ramp to the inbound Ryan is very heavy. The inbound Ryan, you've got a 5-minute delay from the Stevenson into downtown. Bishop Ford, about a 5-minute delay from 103rd to the merge. The other expressways and tollways are delay-free at the moment. Traffic is a service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having. That's just one way Unbound is different. Learn more, unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunny to partly cloudy, beautiful. High 83 today. 63 at O'Hare, 68 along the lakefront. Windows open in Aurora, 54. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
I came in like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in love.
Put your clothes on and get off that wrecking ball, please.
Donald Trump, I don't know. That's good theme music for Donald Trump, too. Maybe play that when he walks on stage on Thursday night. Polling finds Donald Trump still leading the field nationally. The more interesting survey was this one that was done by Rasmussen, finding what Trump's impact would be if he were a third-party candidate, if he made an independent run, if he wasn't the Republican nominee. Finds 29% of likely U.S. voters say they're at least somewhat likely to vote for Trump if he is not chosen as the GOP nominee and runs as a third-party candidate. 29%, that's, everyone, not just Republicans. And 14% very likely of that 29%. That's heavy impact if that were to sustain itself, which I don't think it will, as I've said before. But here's this. For Republicans, over a third of likely GOP voters say they are likely to vote for Trump if he's a third-party candidate. 36%, with 18% very likely to do so. If he got even a fraction of that vote total that Rasmussen found, that would be very, very difficult for whoever the Republican nominee is.
No, it's a guaranteed victory for the Democrats, for Hillary Clinton.
Although now, right, I mean, now the flip side is 19% of Democrats describe themselves as likely Trump voters, although just 9% say they're very likely. So it's about 2-1 in terms of his Republican or Democrat.
Because Donald Trump was so positive. I'm going to get the black vote. I'm going to get the Latino vote. Latinos love me. Well, guess what? According to NBC Wall Street Journal poll, Latinos don't love you, Donald. 75% said that they view him negatively. These are about Latinos that were polled, and only 13% see him as favorably.
Yeah.
So 75% negativity rating among Latinos. You're not going to get the love and support that you keep bragging about.
No, and
so do you think that they're by the way, I'm not Nazi. I have great relationship with the Mexican people. I have many people working for me. You can look at the job in Washington. I have many legal immigrants working for me. Many of them come from Mexico. They love me. I love them. And I'll tell you something. If I get the nomination, I'll win the Latino vote. I will win it because I'm going to create jobs.
Yeah. Okay. Sure,
I mean, that's just Trump bloviating. Obviously, Republicans generally have a problem with Latino votes. Right now, there's only about a quarter of the Latino vote that is supporting any of the Republican presidential possibilities. And so, Trump is just the worst example of that. That's very high negativity.
But Trump's doing a good job. I mean, he's tapping into the public's distrust of the media. He's kind of doing what Sarah Palin was doing. And he's saying things that people want to hear. I'm going to build a border. I'm going to take charge.
Well, it's not even so much what he's saying because he said everything. So first, it was just a week ago he said, it depends how the Republicans treat me in terms of whether or not I consider a third-party run. Yesterday, no, I'm not interested. I just want to I only want to run as a Republican. I only want to run as a Republican.
He's all over the place.
So he says everything. It's not what he says. It's what he represents. And I go back to some extent, I don't know about this comparison, but to some extent, there is a comparison to be made to Barack Obama in 2007, 2008. And the comparison is, I don't care what he says. I don't care what his policy positions are. I don't care about the hypocrisy where he's been on both sides of a particular issue. I don't care where he's extreme on particular issues. He represents something. He's the embodiment of something. Yeah. So I'm just going to impose on him the things I hope he is, the things I wish he was, the change I want to see, right? And so that's a little bit what's happening with Trump. It's not so much hope and change. Trump is a little bit more of what Angelo Codavia said. who the hell do these people in Washington think they are? That's what Trump represents.
And he's tapping into everyone's distrust of the Republican establishment, of the status quo. And I don't think he's going away anytime soon, Dan. And I just cannot wait to see him on the debate stage Thursday night.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. It'll be interesting to see how the other Republican candidates, particularly some of the kind of the tier 1 candidates, according to the polling at present, and we'll have later today, they're going to announce the 10 who made the cut for the main event.
I think 5 o'clock this evening.
Okay.
During Brett Baer's special report.
There you go.
Tune in to see who makes the starting lineup.
But it'll be interesting to see how the other Republican candidates react to Trump. It'll be interesting to see how Trump decides to play it, because I think Trump is going to do fine if he can avoid blowing himself up. But it's the other candidates, Walker and Jeb Bush. If I'm Scott Walker, Donald Trump isn't even on stage. I'm focused on Jeb Bush and providing contrast as the kind of the intersection of the establishment and the conservative grassroots, which is to some extent what Jeb Bush is benefiting, which Jeb Bush is getting as a benefit to Trump. He's being seen as kind of the reasonable alternative to Trump because he's the other household name because of his last one. But here's the danger I think a lot of Republican candidates have here. It's like when you go play golf with somebody who hits the ball a long way, and you watch them hit the ball a long way, and you don't hit the ball a long way, but you start to swing a little bit harder because you're watching this person hit the ball 300 yards. You normally hit a 240, but you'd like to hit a 300, so you start swinging harder. You get out of your game because you want to play somebody else's game. That's the worry, is Trump's demagoguery, and if it gets good audience response, and his bloviations and his rants, if you fall into the trap of trying to impersonate Trump to generate that kind of enthusiasm, then I think if you're Scott Walker or Jeb Bush or frankly any of the other candidates who just don't play that game, then I think you're out of your element and it's not going to afford you well.
So your advice to the GOPers that are going to be up there Thursday night is just ignore him? Or don't kick the hornet's nest? I mean, what do you suggest that they do?
Yeah, I mean, I
let him start it, because something's going to happen.
There
will be fireworks. Last night, we'll talk about last night's event in New Hampshire was very nice and cordial and respectful, but I don't think it's going to be that way on Thursday.
Oh, I guess it depends on how pointed Trump decides to be, and frankly, some of the other candidates too. It's not like he's the only candidate that's willing to throw punches. It's just different kind of punches. Some people jab and other people throw haymakers. Mm-hmm. Trump is more of a haymaker guy. And I'll stop with the sports metaphors now.
I like them because there's a lot of comparisons between sports and politics. Politics is a sport.
I don't like sports metaphors for politics except when I use them.
Okay.
That's the only time I like them.
That's good to know.
But no, I think I don't know that they should necessarily ignore Trump. I mean, if he confronts you directly, remember we had Brett Baer on the show last week, and he said there's going to be opportunity for candidates to mix it up with one another. And if you mix it up with him, that's fine. You can do that, but do it in your style. Don't kind of allow him to make you hot if he's hot. If he's hot, you want to be cool, right? It's about presenting contrast so that people can say, well, is this somebody that I would like in the Oval Office? Is this somebody that I want with the proverbial finger on the button? Or maybe this other guy who seems to be a little bit more stable and even keel and knowledgeable on the issues. And I think those are going to be opportunities for contrast that may afford a Scott Walker, even a Jeb Bush, a Ted Cruz, some of the other candidates opportunity to raise their stature in the public mind vis-a-vis Trump.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Just a gorgeous day. Mostly sunshine, a few high clouds out there, a high of 83 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low in the 60s. And tomorrow, more of the same. Clouds, more than sun, but it will be warm, still a high of 83. Let's see if the accident near 53 in Lake Cook is cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. It's still there, but it's not really affecting anything right now. This is a rollover truck in the ditch. It's off the ramp from northbound 53 to westbound Lake Cook. So the ramp is open and traffic in that area is still very light. We'll keep an eye on that, though, as the morning wears along. Where it's heavy is on the inbound Ryan now from the Stevenson to the Burn Circle. 20 minutes, 95th Loop. Bishop Ford, 21 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. I-57 at 16. We have slight delays now. The inbound Eisenhower from Manheim to First. The inbound Stevenson, Pulaski to Kedzie. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you had questions about purchasing a home, you called me and I helped you. When you and your parents had questions about reverse mortgages, you called me and I helped you. When you needed help refinancing to lower your mortgage payments so you could afford the home after your spouse passed away, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me, david@pearldavid.com. That's david at PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio, because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined, absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life, but you must call now, 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a risk-free trial, call 1-800-550-1388.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a risk-free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these risk-free trials last. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
AM 560, The Answer.
Stand in the place where you live now.
So yesterday I told you what my prediction was, that Joe Biden's going to win the nomination and make Hillary Clinton his running mate, his vice presidential candidate. And you can roll your eyes. And what are we going to bet on it?
Well, I'll bet whatever you want.
Prada sunglasses.
Fine. Or the cash equivalent for me. Yeah. No,
that's what I want.
No problem.
No, but there is, people are buzzing about Joe Biden, saying that what is attractive about him, Dan, is that he's a middle-class guy. And the fact that his son just died, there's now an outpouring of support and sympathy for one Joe Biden. Here's his son.
My hero, the next vice president of the United States, Joe Biden.
And there is a movement to put Vice President Joe Biden to make him president.
Well, Hillary is at her kind of lowest support levels of the campaign thus far, even with these commercials being launched this week to try and buoy her numbers in Iowa, New Hampshire, and generally get people talking about her ads rather than her emails. But it was interesting, the Josh Earnest reaction. Josh Earnest was on with Bill Hemmer on Fox yesterday, and he addressed the possibility of a Biden candidacy. Listen to what Josh Earnest had to say, representing, frankly, the Obama White House's position. Some tension maybe between the Obama team and the Clinton team, do you think?
Well, Bill, Joe Biden is going to have an opportunity to make up his own mind, and he's indicated that he's thinking about it. When in 2008, when President Obama, then Senator Obama, selected then Senator Biden as his running mate, the president has described that as the smartest political decision that he's ever made, and he chose somebody who had a long career of fighting for the middle class, somebody who, when he served in the Senate, established relationships around the globe that have been useful in advancing the interests of the United States. And the fact is, Joe Biden has used both of those sets of skills and experience to advance our interests, and that's why he's been an excellent vice president and historically good vice president.
Wow, the smartest political decision he ever made. Boy, that is a breathtaking statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that was a lot of compliments embedded in that Josh Earnest response about Joe Biden. And then he went on to say this.
Well, the president ultimately wants Democratic voters to decide who they believe the nominee should be.
Give me a
the president
break.
certainly believes that a spirited contest would be in the best interest of our party and in the best interest of our country. But ultimately, our country and our party are going to be best served by candidates deciding for themselves, if they have their fire in the belly, to decide to run for president. And there's still ample time for them to make that decision. And Joe Biden will certainly has earned the right to make that decision on his own schedule.
And Biden supporters told Andrea Mitchell secretly yesterday that Biden has, for a long time now, felt he's more qualified to be president than Hillary Clinton.
Well, of course, he's the vice president. Everybody thinks every vice president thinks they should be. Every member of Congress thinks they should be president. Every governor thinks they should be president. Of course, he believes he's more qualified. He probably is correct in some respects. I mean, Hillary, but that is a low bar that Hillary Clinton sets. But the comments by Ernest and Joe Biden, boy, certainly wasn't a Hillary Clinton endorsement in there, was there?
Oh, no.
Like a spirited primary. There's still time for people to decide. Boy, that's giving Joe Biden wide berth, which I guess out of loyalty he's owed. But very interesting statements coming from Obama's press flack.
And last February, Savannah Guthrie from NBC News was interviewing President Obama. They were in the kitchen drinking beer or something goofy like that. And she asked him about Biden or Clinton, and this is what he said.
Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden?
Love them both.
I love them both.
Yeah.
Not committed either way, but it's
Another
maybe
lie.
too late for him to get into the race. And also people are saying that he's never been a good fundraiser, and a lot of his former aides have already signed up with Hillary Clinton.
It's not too late. Hollywood, there's some rumblings in Hollywood that, like the guy who runs the tennis channel, who's a big Obama donor, Solomon, I think is his name. He's making noise about, maybe it would be good to get Biden in. Maybe, and other political consultants like Bob Schrum saying, Biden has a certain authenticity, and these times call for authenticity when you have flim-flam people like Hillary and Obama. Now, he didn't say that, but I'm saying that. So there is an opportunity, a market opportunity for Biden, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him jump in, actually.
Whoa. Slow up here, old buddy.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Jared Neiman. I can drink and Rodney Adkins. Makes me want to take a back road. Live in concert. Friday, August 7th. Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. Jared Neiman. One more drink and Rodney Adkins. Tickets are on sale now at GVCtickets.com. Produced by 111 Productions. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big Head Todd and the Monsters. G-Love and Special Sauce. And JJ Gray and Mofro. All live on the same night, same stage. Presented by Grand Victoria Casino. Saturday, August 22nd at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. Get tickets now at GVCtickets.com. Don't miss Big Head Todd and the Monsters, G-Love and Special Sauce, and JJ Gray and Mofro. Part of GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA, choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
How should I manage my money? Whether you're a multi-million-dollar investor or just starting out, the answer is Betterment. I'm John Stein, founder of Betterment. where our smarter technology manages billions of dollars for over 100,000 customers for a fraction of the cost of traditional investment services. Sign up now and get up to 6 months free. Get full terms and conditions at betterment.com/600. Betterment. Investing made better. Sign up today at betterment.com/600.
Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Chicago's safe money strategist.
Okay, now I'm about to retire. What do I do with my 401k? What do I do with my IRAs? How do you take your money out of your accounts effectively? We have strategies where you can create your own pension. That's the only way to do it.
Join Raj Shah for Secure Retirement Radio, strategies for building and protecting your money. Sundays at 7 a.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Honey, President Obama shrank the military.
We'll explain, but first let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a priest removed from a Chicago area church. And a look at your forecast. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News. I'm Dave Anthony. Fun turns to fright at a circus in New Hampshire. A storm hits and the big tent goes down. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
2 are dead. 22 others were hurt when that tent collapsed during severe weather in Lancaster. About 100 people were inside when it happened. Brandon Isham's 4-year-old son was one of them.
My youngest son was scared to death. He didn't know what was going on. And my oldest son, he knew that he got hit in the head.
He is recovering. Authorities are investigating how that tent was put up. The storm is being blamed for that collapse. It was packing 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail, Dave.
Telling you, police in Homedale, New Jersey are hunting for a gunman who shot and wounded 2 people late last night outside a hip-hop concert, then fled into the nearby woods.
In the wooded area, our K-9 unit, aviation, and several other units are assisting.
State Police Sergeant Gregory Williams. A Mississippi man faces a bail hearing the day after police say William Wells killed a man outside the Madison County Courthouse. Revenge could be a motive. Wells' mother was shot and wounded Saturday. She was supposed to testify against that man. Wells is accused of shooting at an upcoming trial. James Holmes victims will speak out starting today as the jury moves on to Phase 3 of deciding a life or death sentence for the Colorado movie theater massacre man.
In the first, jurors found several aggravating factors did exist, like that James Holmes killed in a cruel or heinous way. In the second part, they were asked if mitigating factors outweighed those, specifically James Holmes' severe mental illness. But jurors found that mitigating factors did not hold enough weight.
Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. Donald Trump has a bigger lead in the Republican race for president, on top with 26% in a new Fox poll.
Trump's rise hasn't hurt Jeb Bush's numbers. He comes in second. He garners 15% in this poll.
Fox polling director Dana Blanton. No other candidate gets 10%. The top 10 in an average of polls will be in a primetime debate on Fox Thursday night. The other 7 will debate earlier that day. Trump skipped the candidates forum last night in New Hampshire. 14 were there. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
65 degrees in Chicago. We have sunrise at 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. A brilliant start to the day. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Governor Bruce Rauner issues a state disaster declaration for 23 counties devastated by severe storms this summer. Meantime, weather officials are confirming a tornado did hit the ground in Lake County over the weekend, the first since 2002. The National Weather Service says an EF1 tornado ran across the ground in Round Lake, Haynesville, Grays Lake, and Wildwood Sunday night. City officials say damage is still being repaired in Chicago's Rogers Park neighborhood following the severe storms over the weekend. Chicago's Roman Catholic Archdiocese and Archbishop Blaise Supich remove a priest from pastoral duties as authorities investigate why the Reverend Octavio Munoz Capetillo had questionable material stored on a computer in his possession. Church officials say while the investigation is underway, an administrator takes over Capetillo's duties at St. Pancratius, and he will reside away from the parish. The Illinois Senate could vote today on a bill to reject a pay raise for state lawmakers, that measure approved by the House last week. The attorney for some former women's basketball players at the University of Illinois says he's not surprised a law firm the school hired has cleared coaches accused of mistreating players. 7 former players sued the university and coach Matt Ballant, athletic director Mike Thomas, and others last month. They accused Ballant and others of using race to divide the team. Chicago law firm says it found no evidence that happened. Indiana says it will fight President Barack Obama's new power plant emission requirements Backers of the new rule say Indiana power plants are big polluters, but Governor Mike Pence says the mandatory cuts in greenhouse gas emissions will harm his state's economy. Meantime, Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner says he's reviewing the new mandate. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pittsburgh wiped out because of rain and lightning. Tampa Bay beat the White Sox 5-4. The news a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines. Great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com. Learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Money. It affects every part of your life. Whether it's saving for college for your kids, saving for retirement for yourself, or just finding a way to get out of debt. But do you really have a strategy to make the most of your money?
Someone tell people this is going to happen. It's called life.
Listen to the Dave Ramsey Show to learn practical tools for managing and growing your money.
You have to think.
Tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. And MLS number 3030.
6:06. Let's get an update on your ride to work this morning. I don't know. I might want to stay home today. It's so nice out there. But because you're not, here's Jim Talamonte in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning. On the Kennedy outbound, it's slow Foster to Sayre. 24 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound still fine at 20. Edens is delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 30. Inbound Stevenson, there's a 5-minute delay, Harlem to Kedzie. The Ryan has delays starting at 35th, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 21 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. Traffic is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. When Marlon Shirley was 5, he lost his foot. Today, he runs 100 meters, less time than it takes to listen to this. Overcoming. Pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Jim Talamonte and Mike Scott would never advocate, ever, staying home without an official day off. Just saying. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of our friends at Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today will be sunny to partly cloudy with a high of 83. Then tonight, partly cloudy with a low 62. Tomorrow, clouds will limit sunshine with a high 83 and a low 64. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
63 at O'Hare, 54 Aurora. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
New insight about the potential political stunner that could shake up the battle for the White House. Word that Vice President Joe Biden, still mourning the death of his son Beau just 2 months ago, is actively considering making a late entry into the Democratic race to challenge Hillary Clinton, a challenge that Beau Biden strongly encouraged.
President Obama today made a passionate case for reducing carbon emissions, especially from coal-burning power plants, arguing that nothing less than our health, safety, and future are at stake.
And I do think it's important to remember the group behind this, they're not a medical group. They're not about women's health care. They're completely focused on ending access to legal abortion in this country, and they've been behind a 10-year campaign to end access to Planned Parenthood health care for women in America.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So waistlines are expanding in our armed forces, but the size of the U.S. military is shrinking. What explains this apparent paradox?
Does size matter? 312-642-5600.
Well, in the Navy, the new body fat and fitness rules proposed in May by Navy Secretary Ray Mabus have been announced yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what they include. Now, I'm not sure what to make of this. So especially any of
body fat
any of
counts?
any of our listeners who served, give us a call 312-642-5600 or text us 64636DA. Starting this fall,
yes,
body standards have changed for men. This is the U.S. Navy. Men from 22 to 29 years old will be allowed up to 23% body fat, which is an increase of 1% from their 18 to 21-year-old counterparts. So 23% body fat, 24% body fat for those aged 30 to 39, and 26% for males over 40. Similar changes take place for women. Body fat percentage for women age 18 to 21 is 33%.
What? For women?
From 22 to 29, that goes up to 34. 30 to 39 goes up to 35. And for women over 40, 36% body fat qualifies you, in terms of the physical standards, to be to serve in the U.S. Navy. So what I know from this is that I could serve in the U.S. Navy under the 40-year-old woman category. So if I wanted to enlist, there may be an option for me.
Your name would be Danielle Proft.
Right, and then I can get the taxpayers to pay for my gender reassignment surgery, of course, obviously. And then here's this,
so are
too.
we getting soft?
Well,
yeah,
right in the middle.
Yeah.
Any sailors who don't pass the height and weight standards will just have their waist measured. Men are allowed a 39-inch waist, and women 35 and a half. I'd like to see the other measurements on the women.
What is your waist?
I'm a 52 waist.
No, stop. Will you stop it? No. What? Do you care to share?
I'm a 34.
Okay. So they're
I'm
allowing a 39-inch waist?
39 seems a bit robust.
That's Chris Christie territory, isn't it?
Well, let's not get crazy. But that seems, the body fat percentages seem a bit high to me, too. I don't know. You just think of kind of these men and women who are in tip-top physical condition. I don't know.
Can you be effective with that kind of percentages of body fat and a big waist like that? I mean, you can't move quickly, can you? Or am I being people?
You can't. Yeah. Or
how
about fit in the cockpit? According to Navy officials, the idea is to move away from a system of one size fits all. We like to speak of a culture of fitness, but we really haven't implemented a culture of fitness across the Navy. Okay. Fitness should be truly about being healthy. This is the Chief of Naval Personnel talking to the Navy Times. Fitness should truly be about being healthy and mission readiness. Are you physically fit for times of combat and stress in the fleet? I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if that is kind of lowering the standards to include greater diversity within
it's all about diversity.
The military.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now juxtapose that story with the Honey, I Shrunk the Military, talking about President Obama. President Obama, starting in 2011, remember, with a sequestration, where, remember this, in 2011, the president promised that military cuts would amount to perhaps $1 for every $10 of domestic cuts. That was going to be the sequestration deal. But it turned out that Obama stipulated that half of the $1.2 trillion in sequestration cuts would come from defense. And now the U.S. Army's decision is to cut 40,000 active duty soldiers, shrinking the U.S. Army to 450,000 servicemen and women by 2017.
Well, that leaves us in a vulnerable position, don't you think?
Well, this is the point made by Mark Moyer in a piece that he penned in the Wall Street Journal. Mark Moyer is a visiting scholar at the Foreign Policy Initiative, and he goes on to say that in 2013, he gives a little bit of history. He gives a lot of history. It's actually quite good. But one other bit of history, the 2011 sequestration went from $1 in military cuts for every $10 in domestic spending cuts. Then it went from 1 to 1. In 2013, Chuck Hagel, the then Secretary of Defense, ordered a new strategic review that determined the military could perform its key missions even if the Army shrank to between 420 and 450, which it's now shrinking to by 2017. Josh Earnest at the time said the force reductions were consistent with the view of our civilian and uniformed military leadership about the threats the country faces, except that wasn't true because the military leadership was saying quite the opposite. In 2012, Martin Dempsey, the then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said we would no longer be a global power at those troop levels. A year later, General Ray Odierno, the Army Chief of Staff, said that Hagel's review involved rosy assumptions that were really put in there so we could say we need a smaller army. And Moyer concludes by saying, this is a problem. We may find out, he writes, as Jimmy Carter did in 1980, that his policies so exacerbate global problems that he must do a late about face with the Islamic State, Iran, Russia, and China on the march. It's doubtful that America can afford a lightweight military for long. Lightweight in terms of numbers, not waistlines, apparently.
Yeah, but this puts us in a vulnerable position. And if they think that ISIS and Al-Qaeda isn't looking at this report and keeping tabs on how many soldiers we have in active duty military, how many layoffs we've had, then think again.
Well, and I guess that it demands this question as well. After 6 years of President Obama, is the world a safer, less complicated place, or is it a much more dangerous, much more complicated place that requires continuing U.S. presence as the world's true remaining superpower at this stage? I think that's a question you have to answer when you hear both of these stories, frankly.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine, just a gorgeous day. 68 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 83. And then tomorrow, picture perfect again. A little more clouds than sun, but a high again of 83 degrees. Let's get the travel times and see if that rollover truck has been removed near 53 in Lake Cook Road. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. It's being removed as we speak, and that means the ramp is closed at the moment. This is going from northbound 53 to westbound Lake Cook. The ramp is closed as crews pull this rollover semi out of the ditch. Once that is out of there, the ramp should be wide open again. On the Kennedy inbound, it's a little heavy coming out of the River Road toll. Just 22 minutes from O'Hare to downtown, outbound at 26. The inbound Eisenhower, 33 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 30. Stevenson has delays. Lamont Road to Cass and Harlem to Kedzie, 40 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, just a little heavy approaching the merge. The Bishop Ford with a 6-minute delay starting at 115. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
School is right around the corner. Actually, the new school year is right around the corner. And now's the time to act. Don't start another school year wishing you made a different decision about your child's education. And you can make that decision for half the price of regular tuition if you just visit halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you'll find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. It's very simple. Find a school near you, purchase the tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school in a few weeks. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across the Chicagoland area, including Elgin, Itasca, South Holland, Palatine, Roselle, Palos Heights, Chicago, Villa Park, just to name a few. But don't delay. Your child will be heading back to school very soon. And are you sending him or her to the best schools? If not, then just visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. Many of these vouchers have already sold out, so do not wait. Visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. That's HalfPriceSchools.com.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined. Absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything. Absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life. But you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second My Pillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with My Pillow. With the buy one get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. My Pillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the My Pillow buy one get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. All right, we move from the U.S. military, changes going on there that are a bit concerning, to the State Department, and that State Department under Hillary Clinton, just by peeling back the layers. Now this from the Washington Examiner. Clinton aide may have delivered favors for friends, the Inspector General found. The same Inspector General who found that, to no one's surprise, Hillary Clinton was trafficking in classified information. That's illegal, but not if you're Hillary Clinton. Huma Abedin.
Oh, yes. Huma.
She is married to Carlos Danger, you'll recall.
Yes, and who married them, Dan? Who performed the ceremony?
Noted theologian Bill Clinton.
Yes.
Yes.
Ding, ding, ding. You're
yeah,
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Because that's who you want to emulate, the Clintons' marriage.
Well, that's right.
When you enter into something so sacred as marriage, you want the best and the brightest to join your union.
Well,
to
that's true.
Have your hands in marriage.
It's
commit
like
to each other.
It's like a good housekeeping seal.
Mhm.
You want that Clinton stamp on your marriage because you know it'll go the distance, particularly if political power is what you're truly interested in. And frankly, that is appropriate for Uma and Carlos Danger there. Isn't that, boy, it's like a songbird. An investigation may have found evidence that top State Department aide Huma Abedin to Hillary Clinton took advantage of government employment rules with potential conflicts of interest and overpayments. Gee, that doesn't sound like a Clinton aide.
You must be talking about something else.
Chuck Grassley, the senator from Iowa, chairman of Senate Judiciary, said sent a letter. Inspector General probe suggested Huma Abedin leveraged her State Department job to benefit her two other employers at the time. State Department, two other employers, high security clearance. Not a problem. The Clinton Foundation and a consulting firm called Teneo Strategies. Teneo Strategies, founded by a longtime aide to Bill Clinton, Douglas Band, and boasted Bill Clinton as a paid board member. Abedin allegedly sent or received more than 7,000 emails on her government account that involved Douglas Band, her boss, this consulting firm Teneo. As an example of potential conflicts of interest at play, Chuck Grassley cited an email exchange in which Band from Teneo Strategies pressed Abedin, who had a consulting arrangement with him and was working for Hillary Clinton at the State Department, to encourage her Secretary of State boss, Hillary, to facilitate a White House appointment for one of Teneo's clients. Judith Rodin, the Teneo client in question, was then president of the Rockefeller Foundation, which donated hundreds of millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation, a fact which Band noted in his email to Abedin. Grassley also called into question a $33,000 payment Abedin received from the State Department for leave she hadn't used. So
she didn't use her leave because she doesn't want to go home to her husband.
Right.
I'd rather stay at work, please. Can I work some overtime? Maybe the weekends?
Maybe
please?
She shouldn't have received that taxpayer money, though, particularly if she was busying herself with her other jobs at the Clinton Foundation and this consulting firm that she was flacking for while she was at the State Department. That is the definition of conflict of interest. And this is conflict of interest at the highest levels of government and, frankly, our national security infrastructure.
But is it illegal?
Well, calls for more investigation, doesn't it? There may be some illegality here. You start with a conflict of interest, and if you're trafficking in favors that compromises or violates your security clearance, then it could rise to the level of illegality. But it turns out that the State Department is quite a political place. I mean, that's no surprise, but it's gotten a lot more political in the Obama-Hillary regime, the Obama-Hillary years. A Reuters examination, this other story. State Department watered down human trafficking report. A Reuters examination based on interviews with more than a dozen sources in Washington and foreign capital shows that the government office set up to independently grade global efforts to fight human trafficking was repeatedly overruled by senior American diplomats and pressured into inflating the assessments of 14 strategically important countries in this year's Trafficking in Persons report. This Trafficking in Persons report is comprised by, it's put together by analysts who specialize in assessing efforts to combat modern slavery. Guess which country was among the 14 that got special consideration, even though their performance in terms of human trafficking didn't warrant it?
Nairobi?
How about Cuba?
Cuba?
Cuba. A number of rejected recommendations suggest a degree of intervention not previously known by diplomats in a report that can lead to sanctions and is the basis for many countries' anti-trafficking policies. By the time the report was released at the end of July, Malaysia and Cuba were both removed from the Tier 3 blacklist, even though the State Department's own trafficking experts believed neither had made notable improvements, according to the sources that spoke to Reuters. So, this is going on at the same time President Obama is normalizing relations with Cuba, taking them off the State Department terrorist list. Human rights groups and people with knowledge of the negotiations over the rankings said an unearned upgrade for Cuba, especially at a time of intense attention due to the historic diplomatic thaw between Washington and Havana, could undermine the integrity of the report. Oh, do you think? Do you think? It's only our national security at stake, folks.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
Wow, winning. Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The door opens at Midlothian Music. And just like that, you're a customer for life. With their huge inventory of hundreds of guitars, drum kits, and string instruments, they've got you covered. Midlothian Music, the largest American-made selection of handcrafted, name-brand instruments, lessons for every level of musician, and free lifetime in-house repair and service. Midlothian Music. After 54 years of success, they live and breathe music. Whether a beginner or a pro, Midlothian Music has the right equipment at the right price to make you a true rock star in your band or in your band. Talk to the pros in person 7 days a week. Midlothian Music, 708-403-3733, or visit midlothianmusic.com. That's midlothianmusic.com.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com has pulled the trigger to bring you classes for Illinois gun owners. Take advantage of a new Illinois concealed carry class from Safer USA. Dave Lombardo is the class instructor. He's offering his concealed carry 16-hour seminar for only $150. This seminar is normally $300, and it covers everything you need to know to protect you and your family with a concealed carry firearm for personal protection or against a home invasion. Dave is a pro, and he's also the host of the show On Target Radio. Get in a little range time as well with a 1-year range membership from the Outdoorsman Sports Shop in Winthrop Harbor. This is a premier gun range in Northeast Illinois, and a 1-year membership is only $149. That's a $350 value. Your range membership includes great discounts on products and services at the Outdoorsman Sports Shop. Find out all the details on at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Also featuring great deals on many other lifestyle training classes. Find it all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assurant total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month, plus up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade phone protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade!
AM 560, The Answer.
Get ready to call us. Dennis Miller, Bill O'Reilly will be in Chicagoland for one night only, and you don't want to miss it. Get your tickets for Saturday, October 24th at the Rosemont Theater by visiting 560theanswer.com and entering the keyword Miller. Hurry, tickets are selling fast, but right now, we have a great gift for you. Win 2 tickets right now by being caller number what, Dan?
7.
Caller number 7, 312-642-5600. Free tickets right now to caller number 7 to see Dennis Miller and Bill O'Reilly in the Chicago area at the Rosemont Theater, Saturday, October 24th. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A little preview of the debate that's coming up on Thursday in New Hampshire last night. We'll have it.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Sunshine and 65 degrees. And this morning, some 13,000 Northern Californians are being urged to evacuate. So massive wildfire continues to threaten homes like that owned by Rick Sanders.
Everything's mowed, everything's wet. Got everything cleared away from the house for as far as vehicles, so they have good access to get in here, and hopefully they can defend my house.
The blaze has charged 97 square miles of brush and timber and is jumping containment lines. Police in New Jersey using dogs in the search of woods near the scene of a shooting outside a massive hip-hop concert. 2 were wounded and a suspect fled into the woods. Testimony from those who lost loved ones is scheduled today in the sentencing phase. The trial of Colorado theater shooter James Holmes, the jury yesterday rejecting completely his insanity defense. The collapse of a circus tent that killed 2 in New Hampshire remains under investigation as authorities examine how that tent was put up.
Whether they're adults or children, it does affect the first responders, and both the fire and police that did respond to this scene are doing very well. But it's something that you have to make sure that they're cared for.
State Fire Marshal Bill Degnan says the tent collapsed amid a strong storm while 250 were inside. The death toll from an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease expanding in New York City to 7. City health officials say they're taking it seriously now that more than 80 others have been diagnosed with the disease. Governor Bruce Rauner issues a state disaster proclamation for 23 counties devastated by severe storms in this state this summer. Weather officials confirm a tornado did hit Lake County over the weekend, scraping along the ground in Round Lake, Haynesville, Grays Lake, and Wildwood Sunday night. The driver of a Gary Church bus that overturned on a highway, killing a 6-year-old boy, has been formally arrested following his release from an Indianapolis hospital. 53-year-old Charles Goodman is now lodged in the Hancock County Jail on charges of reckless homicide and driving with a suspended license. And the University of Illinois has partied its way to the top spot on an annual list of top party schools in the country. The Urbana-Champaign campus has been among the top 5 on the Princeton Review annual list for years, earning its number 1 ranking on the new list released late yesterday. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pirates postponed because of rain. Tampa Bay over the White Sox 5-4. And the news, a service of Aruba Tourism. What could be more relaxing than a vacation on Aruba? Visiting a spa on your vacation in Aruba. Your beachside bamboo cabana aloe massage awaits. Hop a direct flight from O'Hare. Plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. 6:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The
Mike Gallagher Show.
Everybody who's criticizing Mike Huckabee, they don't doubt for a minute Huckabee's devotion to Israel. They're playing games.
And I'm getting fed up with the games.
And trying to distort somebody's words to make them out to be somebody they're not. The people who are critical of Mike Huckabee's concern about the future of Israel should be ashamed of themselves.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
B-Dubs has done it again with their new Angry Orchard Fiery Applesauce. It's got heat that builds with delicious kicks of apple and cinnamon. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Our family had a savings account until our air conditioner needed replacing.
We had a vacation fund before our refrigerator had a meltdown.
My family has no savings and our water heater just quit.
Sadly, sometimes it only takes one home system or appliance breakdown to bust your budget. But buying a home warranty from American Home Shield protects more of your hard-earned money because they help pay your covered repairs for you. For valuable free information, go to ahs.com or call 1-800-552-2216. Who wants to pour money into repairs for things like your air conditioner, refrigerator, plumbing, oven, or washer when you get the budget protection you deserve from American Home Shield? It's up to you. Pay for expensive home system and appliance repairs yourself, or let AHS help pay covered repairs for you. Protect more of your hard-earned money. For valuable free information, including terms, rates, and coverage, go to ahs.com. That's ahs.com, or call 1-800-552-2216. 1-800-552-2216.
It is 6:35, and let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound 53 has traffic very slow going right now from Dundee to Lake Cook. The exit to westbound Lake Cook is closed as Cruz tried upright rollover UPS semi. Eden's inbound, just a little heavy approaching the junction. Otherwise, it's good. The Kennedy, with delays starting at Armitage, 21 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 28. Inbound Eisenhower, 35 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 32. Stevenson, 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, 23 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 18. Traffic service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having. That's just one way Unbound is different. Learn more at unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. A service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunny to partly cloudy and beautiful, high 83. Partly cloudy and 62 overnight. Currently 64 degrees at O'Hare, 68 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 7, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Midwest Performance Cars. Expert maintenance and repair on European autos. The dealer alternative. MidwestPerformanceCars.com.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So 14 of the 17 Republican presidential aspirants convened for a rehearsal dinner to the Thursday debate at St. Anselm College in Manchester, New Hampshire yesterday to be peppered by questions from a local radio talk show host. Nice to see a local radio talk show host getting in the act there. A lot of focus on immigration. Trump wasn't there, but 14 of the candidates were.
Yeah, and he didn't show up because the union leader, their local newspaper, sponsored the event, and they're not going to endorse him. So he said, but fine, I'm not coming. I'm not going to go. So he sat that one out. And actually, it was a very nice, cordial, friendly event without him.
I don't think he's lacking for media coverage. So I'm not sure that Trump had to go.
But there were some strict rules. I mean, the candidates were not allowed to stand on stage next to each other, because that would have been a debate. Because there's only, according to the RNC, they can only do so many debates during the primary season. So instead, they sat in theater chairs and in the front row of the auditorium watching one another slide in and out of the bar stool while they were asked certain questions by this radio talk show host. And
it was more of a forum.
Yeah.
And, you know, one of the questions that wasn't asked, that should have been asked, you're at St. Anselm College, the Archbishop of Canterbury, back in 1,000 years ago. Anselm's proof, his ontological proof of the existence of God. Discuss and distinguish between Thomas Aquinas' cosmological proof of the existence of God.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
That would have been great, though, if the radio talk show asked that question and watched these guys squirm. That would have been fun to watch.
Instead, they just asked questions. What compelled you to run? And let's talk about entitlement reform. They got into some foreign policy issues. And first on the hot seat on the bar stool was Jeb Bush.
I'm really impressed with the caliber of the people that are running for president.
It was just a nice atmosphere.
Complimentary.
It was very, very complimentary. And then up next was former Governor Rick Perry, who's trying so hard to make it onto the main stage for Thursday's debate, but I think he's going to be on the B team.
As of yesterday, he didn't make the cut.
Really?
So we'll see. We'll see where he stands today.
Well, this is where he stood last night.
We made it through Jimmy Carter. We'll make it through Barack Obama. Trust me.
Yeah, and the focus, they more focused on tearing down President Obama's presidency and the decisions that he's made on foreign policy when it comes to ISIS and when it comes to taxes. So that's what they focus on. But this made me laugh because Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham, I don't know where he was going with this, Dan, but he started talking about...
Likely he doesn't either.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he doesn't. He had a bit of a snafu last night.
I'm fluent in Clinton speak. When Bill says, I didn't have sex with that woman, he did. So I understand this crowd, and I can beat them. The next president needs to be sure of who or he, she... No, I'm sorry, I can't talk. The next president needs to have their act together.
What?
It's because there's so many lists to run down now. It's not just he or she, it's... You got to include transgender, and it's just you just open that door, and you're just going through 17 different gender classifications. So, Lindsey Graham is,
What have you had a Rick Perry moment? Was he on some meds where he, lost his train of thought for a little bit there?
Regardless of whoever he or she is.
I think he was trying to refer
That's
to
what he was saying.
Clinton. Do you want me to play it again?
Well, no, he was saying whoever he or she is, the next president. He's referring to Carly. Remember, there's a woman running for Republican running for president.
Too. Yeah.
Here's an interesting story. Speaking of Jeb, you played at the outset there.
Yeah.
Interesting piece in New York Times by Jonathan Martin. Jeb, and this is I think there's a lot of accuracy to this assessment. Donald Trump's surge in the polls has been met with barely concealed delight by Jeb Bush and his supporters. Mr. Trump's bombastic ways have simultaneously made it all but impossible for those vying to be the alternative to Mr. Bush to emerge, and easier for Mr. Bush to position himself as the serious, thoughtful alternative to a candidate who has upended the early nominating process, as an example of what they're talking about in terms of Trump sucking all the oxygen out of the room, and Bush is the other more well-known candidate benefiting. Rand Paul said to CNN last week, temporary loss of sanity, this whole fascination with Trump, but he went on to add, that was less covered, if you would give some other candidates time from 8 in the morning to 8 at night all day long for 3 weeks, I'm guessing some other candidates might rise in the polls as well, talking about the wall-to-wall coverage of the Donald over the last month or so. But then we have this. We lost a listener, Amy.
Oh, no.
See, some of these Trump supporters are not listening closely. They're just unwilling to have a conversation. Not all of them, but... This message from Rick and Donna Lightheart. We've tried to continue listening as we have been very loyal 560 fans, but we will not let Dan call us stupid because of Trump. Apparently they weren't listening. I've never called anyone stupid for supporting Trump. I've called Trump a witless ape because he is, but that's a different thing.
I don't think you've called anyone stupid for...
No.
You don't really use that word.
In fact, I've said the opposite. I've said... people who are supporting Trump have legitimate grievances.
Mm-hmm.
All I've said is that Trump is the wrong vehicle for their grievances. That's my opinion.
But I don't think he's going away anytime soon, Dan.
Well, he's not. It doesn't appear. And frankly, as long as he is sucking up all the oxygen and the media has a fascination with him, it is going to be difficult for the other candidates. But to this New York Times piece, I would just note in some of the surveys that have been out recently, the focus is on Donald Trump being in first place, Donald Trump extending his lead in first place at the national level, him being competitive in Iowa and New Hampshire, the early states at present. And it's all supposed to redound to Jeb Bush. But actually, if you look at some of the national polls, you know who's in second place and still in first place in Iowa?
Scott
Walker. So the idea that Trump is, not intentionally, but is serving as a stalking horse to provide cover for Jeb and for no one to emerge as a Jeb alternative that's more connected to the conservative grassroots. Turns out not to be true, according to the numbers we're seeing, because Scott Walker is right there, and there's still, certainly with a field this crowded, still certainly opportunity for another candidate, perhaps two, to emerge, depending how long Trump can keep this flame lit.
Well, who else is going to emerge?
Well, I mean, think about
will surprise us.
Well, I think there is some. Think about what Trump is tapping into, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say this again because I think, it's not my analysis; it's Angelo Codavia's, from the Hoover Institute's analysis, but I think it's spot on. It's Trump is tapping into the who the hell do these people in Washington think they are? I think that's right, and there's someone else doing that too in a different way, and that's Ted Cruz. Now, Ted Cruz is subject to a lot more backbiting within the party because he's more of a Republican Party reptile than Trump is. Trump kind of stands outside the party because of his kind of reality TV star profile and his money. But Cruz is doing the same thing when he takes to the Senate floor and goes after Mitch McConnell and goes after Senate Republican leadership in terms of what the Senate Republican majority has done since it assumed the majority 6 weeks ago. Remember this, Ted Cruz.
You know, there is a profound disappointment among the American people because we keep winning elections and then we keep getting leaders who don't do anything they promised. The American people were told, if only we have a Republican majority in the House, things will be different. Well, in 2010, the American people showed up in enormous numbers, and we got a Republican majority in the House. And very little changed. Then the American people were told, the problem is the Senate. If only we get a Republican majority in the Senate and retire Harry Reid as majority leader, then things will be different. Well, in 2014, the American people rose up in enormous numbers, voted to do exactly that. We've had a Republican majority in both houses of Congress now for about 6 months. What has that majority done?
And Cruz went on to say, what would be different if Harry Reid was the majority leader rather than Mitch McConnell? The rhetorical question that implicates nothing would be different. So I've described Ted Cruz as the thoughtful man's Donald Trump. And I'm not saying Trump supporters aren't thoughtful. I'm just saying in terms of what Cruz is presenting versus what Trump is presenting, Cruz has a base of knowledge and the skill of a prosecutor, the skill of a former solicitor general, the skill of somebody who was a Supreme Court clerk and is very knowledgeable in the law and how to craft arguments and how to also disassemble opponents' arguments. And we've seen him do that over and over again in the Senate. Cruz is interesting to me. Now, he's more polarizing, although I don't know how you get more polarizing than Donald Trump. Sometimes he comes across to me as a bit unctuous. There's like an over sentimentality that comes across as a little oleaginous.
I'm going to be really catty here. He looks like a cross between George Wallace and McCarthy, and that does not help him.
He looks
at all.
He looks like Tom Ricketts.
That too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's Tom Ricketts.
I think, and
he's
it's
a Cubs owner.
Horrible, stupid, catty thing to say, but it is the truth.
Well, I mean,
because people look at him and then they hear what he's saying to him, like, oh, he's so conservative, he's crazy, he looks like McCarthy.
Well, the image matters, and your presentation matters. There's no question about it. But I mean, does Donald Trump cut a dashing figure?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I know this is not a beauty contest.
No,
but
look,
looks do matter.
They do. They do. We talk about Chris Christie, and people have qualms about Chris Christie because of his weight. There's no. I mean, it's just part of what you have to talk about.
Helping him.
Oh, Karen Lewis need to go to a fat farm. Ralph and Mokina, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, it's not fair to criticize Chris Christie because he's fat. But as far as the Congress goes, why is it that in 6.5 years, Obama has vetoed 4 bills? 4 in 6 years. So whether I expect the Democrats in charge to deliver him exactly what he wants. What I don't expect is McConnell and Boehner to be bowing at the same altar. They should not be serving Obama exactly what he wants. And it angers me, and I don't know why more people don't sound like Cruz, because they should.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. And no, I think that's exactly right. And this is where I think Cruz has opportunity, because he's calling them out. And to Ralph's point, and I agree with him, they should understand Obama's going to veto it. Understand it's going to be difficult to put together the votes with Democrats on most issues to try and override a presidential veto. But the point is to present contrast. And the way you present contrast is to move your policy agenda to the president and force his hand, force him to use his veto pen, and have a national debate while doing so. That's what Republican leaders, particularly in the Senate, but also in the House to some extent, haven't done. And that's why you see such frustration among base voters. And that's why you see Donald Trump in first place in the polls.
Fix me a highball. I'm going to get good and tight.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today. It'll be just gorgeous outside, a high of 83 degrees. Then tomorrow, some clouds and sun, low humidity, another picture-perfect day, a high of 83. No complaints there. Let's see if there's travel times that are heavy in the traffic department. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Morning, Dan. Northbound 53, it's jammed from Dundee to Lake Cook. The exit to westbound Lake Cook is still closed as crews are upriding a rollover truck there. Edens is 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 20. The Kennedy, 26 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 32. Inbound Eisenhower, 43 minutes from Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 37. Stevenson, 48 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive outbound 38. Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown, but quicker in the express. From Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. A report on factory orders, corporate profits, and Puerto Rico's broke. Those stories next.
Are you struggling with drug or alcohol addiction? Are you ready to admit who you are? An out-of-control addict? Good. Now, let me tell you who we are and why you should call us at the Lighthouse in Anaheim, California. We are a licensed rehab facility. We've treated thousands of clients for 15 years and have an excellent reputation from trauma to detox to recovery. All treatment is kept gender-specific, not co-ed. Almost all of our staff have personal experience in recovery ourselves, so we can empathize with you. We can talk to you and know what you're going through. Recovery is our life's work. All our counselors are certified. Our therapists are all master's degree level or higher. We are accredited by the highest international rating agency for residential facilities. We are committed to your lifelong recovery and success. We'll come pick you up 24/7 at your location in Southern California, and we accept most HMO and PPO insurances. If you're ready, call today, 1-877-959-5909. That's 877-959-5909. The Lighthouse in Anaheim, a beacon of hope.
Wall Street looking for stocks to bounce back after yesterday's sell-off. Investors reacting to earnings from AIG, the insurer easily topping Wall Street earnings targets after the close. And AIG added another $5 billion to its stock buyback plan. Tenet Healthcare also topping profit targets. We'll see whether Apple stock can turn around. It's down 8% over the last 3 months. Wall Street considering as well the default by Puerto Rico. The Commonwealth missed a $58 billion debt payment, about a third of all U.S. municipal mutual funds have holdings in Puerto Rico. And investors weighing a report on factory orders, forecasters looking for a 2% gain in June. Join us for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
You know, half of all heart attack victims don't even smoke. They're not obese, and they don't have a family history of heart disease either. 60% of us who do have heart attacks are found to have normal cholesterol values, too. High blood levels of either homocysteine or C-reactive protein increases your risk of heart attack by more than 300%. Call and schedule your complete comprehensive blood test, and I'll include your homocysteine and C-reactive protein levels as well. Included in your comprehensive blood test is a complete blood chemistry, a differential blood count, and a comprehensive thyroid test, and much, much more. Reserve your blood test today and today only. We'll pay for your computer-based special report that's personalized for your specific needs so you can take your next steps to improve your health. The cost of these tests typically run in the $2,000 price range, but not today if you call right now at a fraction of excessive hospital costs. 800-794-1855 is the number to call. 800-794-1855.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, Prof. Amy Jacobson. So the combine problems that we have in Illinois that we sort of exported to D.C. still persist in Illinois. This invitation, someone emailed me the other day.
So you didn't get invited, but you've seen the invitation?
I have the invitation right here.
Oh,
yeah.
Can I see it? Can I go to the party? I've never seen a party I don't like.
You can, $100 per person.
All right, what do I get for that?
You get to go to a Schaumburg Boomers game, final home game of the season, where Senator Dan Katowski, Senator Matt Murphy, Representative Art Turner, Representative Ron Sandak, Representative Ann Williams, Representative Barb Wheeler are all co-sponsoring a fundraiser, although the checks are to be made payable to Dan Katowski for state senate. Dan Katowski is a way left Democrat. He's the former executive director of the gun-banning Illinois Council Against Handgun Violence. He's in Northwest Cook County, and it's shameful that Republicans can't find a candidate to run against him because he is way, way left of the district. It's a disgrace, and I don't care how much money he gets from Park Ridge Country Club. But Katowski...
That's actually where I met him.
Well, there you go. Katowski, Turner,
yes,
and Ann Williams are Democrats.
Right, Ann's my... woman.
There you go.
I got a phone call from her mom asking me to vote for her, and I'm not making that up.
Well,
that was their campaign strategy.
Who can say no to Ann Williams' mom?
Yeah, I know, exactly. I said, who is this? She said, it's Mrs. Williams. My daughter's Ann. Will you vote for her? And I said, no, but thank you for the phone call.
Oh, there you go.
Have a nice day.
Polite. Katowski, Turner, Ann Williams are Democrats.
Right. Matt Murphy,
Ron Sandak, Barb Wheeler are Republicans. I communicated with Matt Murphy about this yesterday. You out raising money for Democrats? I thought we're trying to pick up Republican seats in the General Assembly since we're in the superminority. His explanation for this, no, this is a group fundraiser where everybody raises a little money, so it gives the Springfield rail crowd, the lobbyists, an opportunity to just write checks to everybody in one place. Oh, isn't that convenient?
but all the money goes to the reelection of Dan Katowski.
Well, no, apparently they all get some money.
Chunk of the change?
Well, why are they doing this together? I mean, if Matt Murphy, Ann Williams, and Matt Murphy, Ron Sandak, and Barb Wheeler, the three ostensible Republicans, want to do a fundraiser together, okay. Well, but what are the optics of this? 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats all getting together to feast on lobbyist money and take in a Schaumburg Boomers game. I'll tell you why. I go again. Why is the Illinois Republican Party in the superminority despite generations of Democrat rule that have destroyed the state? Because of idiotic combine plays like this that are horrific optics and diminish the Republican Party brand. Nice job, Matt Murphy, Ron Sandak, Barb Wheeler.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're looking for quality, affordable preschool services, consider Christian Liberty Academy in Arlington Heights, Illinois. They offer comprehensive programs for 3-year-olds with flexible scheduling options for parents that include full or half-day alternatives. Each child receives structured activities in a safe and nurturing environment that promotes their academic, social, and spiritual growth. Hands-on projects and art activities are also provided to help youngsters develop their God-given creativity. Preschool students also receive a great deal of individualized instruction in the basics of reading readiness and the fundamentals of arithmetic. For more information or to schedule a tour of the Christian Liberty preschool facilities, call 847-385-2081 or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper preschool for your child. The summer is slipping away and the preschool programs at Christian Liberty are filling up fast. So contact them today and give your child a great foundation for learning and for life. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com.
Got a great night's sleep last night, all thanks to MyPillow from MyPillow. It conforms to your neck and back. It helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all type of ailments. It's made in the good old US of A, and you can throw it in the washer and dryer when it gets dirty. And it's also the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, but I brag too much. Go for the MyPillow.com buy one, get one free deal. Go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, plus you get 50% off those pillow toppers and all other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Again, that number is 800-489-0201. And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer at 7:07.
We've got the George Will from the Washington Post. We'll talk. Yes, Ralphie, the George Will. We'll talk POTUS politics with George Will. And we'll also talk Mark Kirk, the only Republican senator to vote against defunding Planned Parenthood.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is
a priest removed from a Chicago area church after material found on that priest's computer. The National Weather Service confirms a tornado did strike Lake County. The U of I investigating conflicts with basketball players and their accusations. Cubs were washed out overnight. Sox fall to the Rays. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. Anthony, Republicans running for president ran to New Hampshire last night.
Stop the spending that's bankrupting our kids and grandkids.
I'm the one candidate who has stood up to the president and say, no more, we're not going to let you collect our phone records.
Ted Cruz and Rand Paul were among the 14 candidates at a forum that frontrunner Donald Trump skipped as he takes a bigger lead in a new Fox News poll. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
With debate night looming, about 1/3 of the Republican primary voters now say they would definitely vote for Donald Trump. Fox News polling director Dana Blanton says Jeb Bush is in second place at 15%, followed by Scott Walker with 9%. All the candidates will be allowed to take part in a pre-debate forum, but there's only room for 10 on the main stage Thursday night for the Fox News Facebook Republican debate. Fox is expected to announce who will take part later today. Dave.
At least 22 people are recovering from their injuries the morning after a circus tent collapsed and killed 2 others during a storm in Lancaster, New Hampshire.
Rain was coming in, so we got up actually and decided we were going to leave. Next thing you know, the wind picked up. Took the 10 with it.
The wind got up to 60 miles an hour. A Legionnaire's disease outbreak claims more lives in New York City, where Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers is live.
7 people have died from the disease. More than 80 have been diagnosed with it. The Legionella bacteria were discovered last week in 5 cooling towers in the Bronx and in equipment at a hospital. Those facilities have been decontaminated. The disease is caused when water contaminated with bacteria is inhaled into the lungs. The 7 people who have died were all older and had other health problems, but the disease is treatable with antibiotics, Dave.
Tanya, wildfire burning north of San Francisco, California, has now charred 97 square miles. Some of the 13,000 people urged to flee their homes are facing the possibility of several nights in shelters. The fire threatens thousands of houses. It's burned down about 24 so far. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
66 degrees, and we have sunshine at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Governor Bruce Rauner issuing a state disaster declaration for 23 counties devastated by a series of storms this summer. Meantime, weather officials are confirming that a tornado that hit Lake County over the weekend was on the ground for quite some time. The EF1 classified tornado scarred the ground in Round Lake, Haynesville, Grays Lake, and Wildwood Sunday night. Detective Chris Covelli is with the Lake County Sheriff's Office on the recovery efforts.
It's very difficult to get around those areas. We've had our highway patrol deputies and reserve deputies out all throughout the night since the storm hit, blocking off areas that are impassable due to live wires being down and trees being down. And, our units have also been escorting people in and out of their homes, especially through the night, using flashlights.
Winds reached over 100 miles an hour in spots in the area as crews are still clearing up damage in Chicago's Rogers Park neighborhood as well. Chicago's Roman Catholic Archbishop Blaise Supich has removed a priest from his pastoral duties as authorities investigate why the Reverend Octavio Munoz Capetillo had questionable material, they say, stored on a computer in his possession. The Archdiocese announced yesterday they told the Cook County State's Attorney's Office that officials found sexual images on the computer of St. Pancratius pastor Capetillo. Church officials did not provide any further detail. Illinois lawmakers are considering a new plan to provide almost $5 billion in federal funding for social services during the state's budget stalemate. The measure would authorize spending about $4.8 billion in federal funds for programs to help domestic violence victims and some disabled. The Senate is also expected today to reconsider a plan to freeze property taxes for 2 years in the state of Illinois. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pirates rained out. Tampa Bay beat the White Sox 5-4. The news is a service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donations are really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having on their life. Just one way Unbound is different. Learn more at unbound.org. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The first Republican debate of the 2016 campaign season happens on Thursday, August 6th in Cleveland, Ohio.
I'll come early. I'm ready to debate.
And the only place you'll hear it live on the radio is right here on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm embarrassed for those who did not come.
Catch this special broadcast presented by Saul Z and the Z Realty team beginning at 8 p.m. on August 6th, following a special extended broadcast of The Joe Walsh Show.
You shouldn't have said this, you shouldn't have said that.
Only on AM 560.
We've come to take our country back.
The Answer.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
7:05 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In the northwest suburbs, northbound 53 is jammed solid from Rand Road to Lake Cook. The exit to westbound Lake Cook is still closed as crews try and pull a semi out of the ditch. They do have it uprighted now. Eden's inbound 20 minutes, like Cook to Montrose outbound 22. Inbound Kennedy delays start at Cumberland. 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown outbound 35. Mount Eisenhower 45 minutes, Thorndale to the post office outbound 37. The Stevenson is now 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 43 from the Tri-State outbound 44 minutes to 355. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, stop and go from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to 47th, Roosevelt to Grand. Adams tollway delays, 25 to 59 and Toohey to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
7:06, time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort. And time to check your morning forecast, your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Sun and some clouds today with a high 83, then partly cloudy for the night, low 62. Limited sunshine tomorrow with a high 83 and mostly cloudy at night with a low 64. Then remaining mostly cloudy Thursday, high 83. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
64 at O'Hare, 68 along the lakefront, 69 Midway. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
New insight about the potential political stunner that could shake up the battle for the White House. Word that Vice President Joe Biden, still mourning the death of his son Beau just 2 months ago, is actively considering making a late entry into the Democratic race to challenge Hillary Clinton, a challenge that Beau Biden strongly encouraged.
President Obama today made a passionate case for reducing carbon emissions, especially from coal-burning power plants, arguing that nothing less than our health, safety, and future are at stake.
And I do think it's important to remember the group behind this, they're not a medical group. They're not about women's health care. They're completely focused on ending access to legal abortion in this country, and they've been behind a 10-year campaign to end access to Planned Parenthood health care for women in America.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and let's get right to it. We're joined by Pulitzer Prize-winning writer, author, baseball aficionado, George Will of the Washington Post, the George Will. George Will, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Glad to be with you.
So you heard at the top Cecile Richards, the chief butcher at Planned Parenthood, saying, look, this is just all politics. This effort to defund Planned Parenthood, these undercover videos, this is just militant right-wing extremists trying to eliminate a woman's right to choose.
Yes, well, she has ratcheted up the extremist rhetoric more than almost imaginable, saying that the undercover videos that just caught Planned Parenthood officials talking the way they normally talk when they don't think anyone's listening, that these videos were made by church bombers and murderers. I mean, these people have become completely unhinged, as extremist in their rhetoric as we know they are in their behavior.
Well, and the interesting thing, too, in the softball interview she did with Stephanopoulos and then Mrs. Greenspan yesterday, she says, look, these are just reimbursements. No one is making money. We're not trafficking in baby body parts. And the follow-up question was never asked, well, if it's just reimbursements for a set cost of transference, then why are your people haggling over price?
Indeed, and why did that woman in one of the videos say, the higher the price, the better chance I have of getting a Lamborghini?
Yeah, so the vote yesterday, 53-46, obviously couldn't get to the magic 60. Our own disgraceful junior Senator Mark Kirk, the lone Republican to vote against defunding Planned Parenthood. Where do you think this goes on the Hill and as a political issue in the context of the 16 race?
Well, this is not going away, and I think the principal effect on this 2016 race will not be between Republicans and Democrats, but between Republicans who are terminally disgusted with their leadership. They do not understand why, controlling both houses of Congress, the Republicans are unable to stop the funding of something grossly offensive to the sensibilities of a large American majority. There are reasons why it's difficult. It's the separation of powers, it's the Senate rules, and all the rest. But most voters simply don't understand the arcana of our constitutional system, and they say, look, what is the point of having Republican majorities if you can't stop something as gross as this?
Well, and isn't that what Donald Trump, that sentiment you just described, isn't that what Donald Trump is tapping into?
That is certainly part of it.
Well, if we can't get them to defund Planned Parenthood, is there any way to convince the IRS to audit them, to maybe someday make them a non-tax exempt organization?
Well, the IRS is too busy targeting Tea Party groups and others to worry about such minor matters. I don't think that's apt to happen. I do think we're not done with this issue yet. It's going to keep coming to a vote, and no Democrat enjoys casting a vote in favor of this, because you can see in your own mind's eye the negative ad coming up in the coming campaigns about who voted to support public funding of the dismemberment of preborn children.
And Hillary Clinton released an ad in support of Planned Parenthood, de rigueur for her yesterday. But it seems to me she wants to make this what Obama made contraception in 2012. This is a way to see if Republicans are going to be stout of heart, if they're going to stand their ground on this, or if they're going to try and run away like Mitt Romney did, and then I can chase them.
I think you're absolutely right. This is Sandra Fluck all over again. Remember, she was turned into a national martyr because she couldn't find someone to buy her birth control pills. Now, this is a woman who was just graduating from the Georgetown University Law School, starting salary for a Georgetown Law School graduate, about $130,000 a year, approaching 3 times the median income of a family of 4 in the United States. And she became this martyr over the question of who would pay for her contraceptive pills that you can get at Walmart for $6 a month.
So how do you see this ending with Planned Parenthood? Because I know that the protests are not going to go away. The anger is not going to subside. What can we do?
Well, you can keep attaching this bill to other pieces of legislation, keep getting Democrats to cast votes on it, and see how, if they get tired of this. I mean, when someone then begins to run for office, a Democrat, and the ad says, voted to fund Planned Parenthood's harvesting of fetal tissue 17 times, they will find that this is not a cost-free enterprise.
And the other thing you have going on are investigations, both at the state level and the congressional level. So we'll see where those go as well.
Well, that's absolutely right.
We need police investigations. I mean, they committed crimes. They admitted to felonious acts on tape. Can't, district attorneys in those states or, states attorneys in Colorado, California go after them criminally?
I think that people will hear exactly what you're saying, and you'll see this at a local level. Often our local governments are much more responsive to local passions than is the national government.
Well, in addition to this topic, what's your prognostication about Thursday night's first debate and how the other candidates in particular are going to try and handle and work around one Donald Trump?
Well, Trump is a problem. As an aide to Governor Kasich has said, it's like 16 stock car drivers going onto a track knowing that a 17th driver out there is going to be drunk. You have no idea what the guy's going to do. But remember the grinding arithmetic of this event. It's a 2-hour event. That's 120 minutes. Subtract 5 minutes for housekeeping. Welcome to Cleveland. Thanks for watching. You've got 10 people on stage. You've got 3 moderators. That's 13 into 115 minutes. There's not much time to be had. So the only person who's apt to do something to get attention is either Trump or one of the really trailing candidates, Lindsey Graham, who's a great wit, and some others who will try and use this to propel themselves. Now, Lindsey Graham may not make it on stage. So, again, we don't even know the lineup yet.
Well, I'm glad you did the math so I don't have to.
Yeah.
It comes out to 9 minutes a candidate, if that.
Right, and
Thank you.
And so interesting. There's a lot of reports. New York Times piece out today that Trump sucking up all the oxygen is helping Jeb Bush most noticeably because it kind of positions Jeb as the anti-Trump since he's the next most well-known candidate. Although it turns out in a lot of the polling, both nationally and still in Iowa, one understated Scott Walker is still in that second position.
Well, he is, and it's shrewd of you to focus on the understatement because he is, in that sense, the anti-Trump. Trump is a one-trick pony, and the problem with a one-trick pony is it's always about 2 minutes away from being a bore once you've seen the act. I should say at this point in full disclosure that my wife, Mari, works for Scott Walker and is with him right now. But Walker is, in that sense, the anti-Trump, the Midwestern, low-key, no-nonsense, get it done. It's almost the charisma of non-flamboyance.
Yeah, but do you think he needs to be tougher? He needs to be stronger? He needs to come out swinging to let people know that while he is this cordial, very nice man, he can also be tough and strong?
I don't think he needs to swing more. He just needs to talk about some of the swings he's already made. That is the extraordinary ordeal he went through, 2 elections plus a recall election in between, because of the fact that he took on the most powerful force distressing American governance, that is the public employees unions, which good people of Illinois can tell you about.
What do you think about the possible emergence? So you've got Jeb, you've got Scott Walker, you've got Trump right now. The emergence of another candidate who might be most likely to jump, particularly if Trump falters or when he falters. My thought is Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is filling a lot of, or essentially positioning himself to tap into a lot of that frustration that Trump supporters feel right now. And maybe he's a place where Trump supporters, if they peel off Trump, will go.
Cruz has been hurt more than anyone else by the emergence of Trump. And what Cruz has shrewdly understood is that having 16 people, 17 now with Jim Gilmore on the ballot, changes the dynamics of a place like New Hampshire. New Hampshire traditionally doesn't like Southerners. It doesn't go for social conservatives. Ted Cruz is both. But suppose 15% of New Hampshire likes Ted Cruz. Well, 15% in a 17-man field, that's a lot of votes. So he has a path. Three others who might emerge. One would be Chris Christie, the other would be Kasich, because they're both very gifted at retail politicking. And the good thing about Iowa and New Hampshire, although they only have between them 1.4% of the national electorate, they do reward retail politicking. They do give a dark horse a fighting chance. So I would watch those two also.
All right, he is George Will, Pulitzer Prize winning writer, author for the Washington Post. George, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Glad to be with you.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
The George Will?
Yeah.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Just a spectacular day. Plenty of sunshine, low humidity, a high of 83 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 62. And then tomorrow, we'll have more clouds than sun, but the same degree of temperature, a high of 83. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Northbound 53 is jammed from Rand to Lake Cook. The exit to westbound Lake Cook still closed after a rollover truck crash. Eden's 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24, the Kennedy. 30 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 38, the inbound Ike. Running 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 37. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State. The delays are really heavy now, from Cicero to 47th and Cermak to Grand Avenue. Adams, Reagan Tollways, they're heavy too. I'm Jim Talamonte. ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Traffic Center.
Hey, do you need to sell your home? Chicago, it's your friend Sean Hannity here to give you the only two words you need to remember. Call Saul. Now, I've done my homework, and when it comes to selling homes, Saul Z and the Z team have a proven system that's so effective, they can guarantee to sell your home at a price and a deadline that you agree to, or they're going to buy your home. Now, check the numbers. On average, now, Saul sells a home every single day and attracts dozens of full-price offers every week. Now, that creates demand, and that helps your home sell fast and for the most money. Saul operates on a one-day listing agreement. List your home for 24 hours with Saul, and after that, if you're not happy, you can fire Saul, pay nothing. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 100 agents in the entire U.S. Find out what your home is really worth at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net. Or you can just literally call Saul right now at 312-508-3455. That's 312-508-3455.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Stan and it's Amy. And Amy, where does Darren Wilson go to get his reputation back, as Ray Donovan famously said? And how about a job, too? There is an excellent
article.
Extensive piece that I just tweeted at Dan Proft. Sure Amy will do the same. It's called The Cop. It's an interview that Jake Halpern did in the New Yorker of Darren Wilson. I mean, it's this, I don't know, it's probably 3,000 words. It's really, really good, and it traces Darren Wilson's entire life up to that night where he shot and killed Michael Brown, and everything subsequent, where now he lives with his wife and their child on a nondescript dead-end street on the outskirts of St. Louis. He can't find a job.
No, he cannot find a job, and that is it. I mean, my heart goes out to that family when I read this article. I felt sick for Darren Wilson and his new baby girl, and his wife, who was also a Ferguson police officer, and she's about 10 years older than him. Her name is Barb, but they live on a street there's no sidewalks. There's no, it's a dead-end street, and he has surveillance, which is hooked up to his phone, so he can always see who's coming in and out of his neighborhood. But also, when his wife gave birth, he checked her in under a different name, just for safety reasons, because there's still, death threats out there for his life.
Supporters raised about $500,000 for Wilson, his legal defense fund. That allowed him to pay his legal bills. It allowed him to relocate and buy a modest home. And that's where he sits.
But he tried to get jobs as a police officer, and they said he's too toxic.
Right, precisely. This one passage, just to give you a little flavor of how personal this interview is. Halpern writes, during our conversations, Wilson typically sat in a recliner holding his baby daughter, who was born in March. He said that after Brown's death, people, quote, had made threats about doing something to my unborn child. Oh. Wilson, a former Boy Scout with round cheeks and blue eyes, speaks with a muted drawl. When Barb, his wife, went to the hospital to give birth, as Amy just said, I made her check in anonymously. Tracks his family life. His first job in Jennings, a town on Ferguson's southeastern border, where 90% of the residents are black and a quarter of the population lives below the poverty line. Wilson recounted, I'd never been in an area where there was that much poverty. Interacting with residents, he felt intimidated and unprepared. He actually relied on a field training officer to help him kind of acclimate, and at least he was honest about it. Wilson, this is from the piece, Wilson said he approached this training officer named Mike McCarthy. Mike, I don't know what I'm doing. This is a culture shock. Would you help me? Because you obviously have the connection and you can relate. You may be white, but they still respect you, so why can they respect you and not me? And McCarthy helped him to kind of make connections to the community, which they both say, is not taught at the police academy. So there was an honest effort. It wasn't like, he had the position of, I'm lording over these people. He was trying to do his job, trying to generate respect in the community and be able to work with the community. There didn't seem to be much animus. And remember, the New Yorker, hardly a right-wing rag. Wilson goes on to say some really interesting observations Darren Wilson made. He says in the piece, I'm really simple in the way I look at life. What happened to my great-grandfather is not happening to me. I can't base my actions off what happened to him. Wilson said that police officers didn't have the luxury of dwelling on the past. We can't fix in 30 minutes what happened 30 years ago. He said, we have to fix what's happening now. That's my job as a police officer. I'm not going to delve into people's lifelong history and figure out why they're feeling a certain way in a certain moment. I'm not a psychologist. And this goes to what we've talked about, generally speaking, about police, where they're called on to be social workers and wear all these hats when their job is to enforce the law in the moment, as Wilson describes.
Wow. It's, I really do. I'm going to retweet your tweet because people should read this article because it will make you stop and think and what police officers put themselves through just to protect us.
And listen to Wilson's home life. Wilson's home life wasn't entirely peaceful. In May 2013, his wife's ex-boyfriend, the father of her young son, who was then 4, assaulted her, also attacked Wilson. According to court papers, Barb said that her ex drank and he had beaten her in the past. Barb testified in court that her ex pulled her hair, choked me, punched me in the face. The Wilsons declined to discuss the incident with him. But this doesn't seem to be like a particularly violent guy. And, of course, Wilson was exonerated and everything related to the Michael Brown shooting. But
Twice he's been exonerated, but still, he can't get a job anywhere. And that just doesn't seem fair. And I know life is not fair.
It's not right.
But what police department is going to step up and do the right thing and hire Darren Wilson?
I got an idea. Mount Prospect Police Department. They're looking for American citizens, allegedly. They think they can't find qualified American citizens to police the leafy streets of Mount Prospect.
The mean streets.
Yeah, it's those cobblestone boulevards of Mount Prospect. So give Darren Wilson a call. Track him down. What about that, Mount Prospect? And when you decide that you're going to juxtapose your community against police, here's what happens. This story, related story in the Baltimore Sun. 10 federal agents will join the Baltimore Police Homicide Unit, commanders announced on Sunday, after the city followed its deadliest month in decades with a night in which 10 people were shot, 7 of them in one incident. Well, that's just Tuesday night in Chicago. Interim Police Commissioner Kevin Davis said the addition of special agents from the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, the U.S. Marshal Service, and the U.S. Secret Service represent a flipping of the scripts of sort. Yes, they're conceding they can't police their streets, and now they need to bring in the alphabet soup of federal law enforcement agencies because what has happened in Baltimore since Freddie Gray? What has happened?
The homicide rate has doubled.
Steve in Hinsdale, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I was watching Lemon on CNN last night. They had a bunch of people on discussing the same New Yorker article. They had a couple of black guys on there. I tell you, it's just real simple. The black community hates this guy. They just want him dead. They could care less. They're full of hate. They're full of racism, and they just suck, these people. Plus, Amy, on the alias of the mom, a lot of the media elite in healthcare kind of use an alias, like Tom Brady's wife, Giselle. She went and got her boob job in France, and she had to dress up in a burqa. So it's not unusual for certain people to have an alias in healthcare. Thanks, guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Steve.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. I'm thrilled to tell you about our great selection and prices on stackables, bracelets, mother's rings, and of course our amazing choice of diamond and gold jewelry. Go ahead, Dennis. You're anxious to say something.
It's also gratifying when listeners come in and remember Reno, Donna, and of course yours truly from our Belmont Central store in the old neighborhood. And don't let me forget to mention our GIA and EGL diamonds at amazing internet prices.
Whether you're a previous customer or a new one, we have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
And no matter where you live in Chicagoland, we are easy to get to and worth the drive. DeVal Jewelers is just south of the Kennedy on Harlem in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200.
That's 708-867-8200, and our website is DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling.
And less sting.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR. Be careful when buying life insurance, especially if you buy the term insurance offered through your employer. According to Everett Wealth Solutions, while your employer offers you a convenience, that particular term life insurance is generally more expensive than shopping around for the best quote. Do your homework. You should never overpay for your term life insurance. Consider permanent life insurance, the kind that creates cash value savings. It's actually much less expensive than term insurance in the long run. With a full picture, you can consider all aspects of your insurance purchasing decision. Be sure to work with a fiduciary advisor that will educate you and recommend what is always in your best interest. For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein, heard Sunday evenings at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is brought to you by Everett Wealth Solutions.
AM 560, The Answer.
Okay, we have a real quick update for you. Remember Sam DeBow, who was stopped by the former police officer Ray Tenzing in Cincinnati? Remember that bottle of gin?
Yeah.
Well, they've determined what was in it, and it was fragrance after all. It was not alcohol.
I said it wasn't a clear liquid, so it didn't. It couldn't have been gin, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, so
I didn't know if you had gotten him a bottle of Fireball for his birthday or something.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer, why Dan Proft is no longer going to be supporting U.S. Senator Mark Kirk.
I'm done, and Huntington Park, California has a couple of new city council members. We'll tell you who they are.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. An old building on the outskirts of Mumbai, India has collapsed this morning. So far, 12 are known dead. 7 other residents have been rescued from the debris. Days of heavy rain have contributed to that collapse. 2 are dead following a circus tent collapse in New Hampshire. Brandon Isham said he realized the weather was turning bad and was just getting ready to leave when things went downhill.
Next thing you know, the wind picked up, and from there on, stuck the tent with it.
The tent collapsed amid that strong storm. 250 were inside. 15 were injured in addition to the 2 deaths. A rapid growing 97-square-mile wildfire in Northern California has jumped containment, catching firefighters off guard and stunning residents with its speed. Some 13,000 are now urged to flee their homes. One expert says the case for the death penalty is only getting stronger after a jury rejected the mental illness argument in the sentencing phase. The trial of Colorado theater shooter James Holmes. House Republicans say this morning they have the 218 votes needed to disapprove of the Iran nuclear deal. A vote planned in September on that deal would curb Tehran's nuclear program in exchange for billions of dollars in sanction relief. That word from Republican Congressman Peter Roskam, who called that accord this morning a dangerous agreement. Meantime, the president is steadily securing backing of Democrats, crucial to trying to ensure that the deal goes through. The man charged with the shooting death of a Memphis police officer is being held on $9 million bond.
We've always been one step behind him, or we was one step ahead of him. And I think he felt the walls closing in and thought that it would probably be in his best interest just to turn himself in.
Memphis Police Director Tony Armstrong says Wilborn may have decided it was safer in custody. This morning, the family of Sandra Bland says they will sue those who they say are responsible for her death in last month in a Texas jail cell. Bland was arrested in Waller County, Texas, July 10th, you recall, after being pulled over for a traffic violation and later found dead in her cell. Today, an attorney for the Bland family is expected to file a federal suit against the trooper who made that arrest and others involved. Chicago sports. Cubs and Pirates postponed because of rain, while Tampa Bay beat the White Sox 5-4. The news is a service of Teach and the Ad Council. So many of you thought about becoming teachers when you were little, so it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today. Find out how you can make more at teach.org. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Dennis Prager Show.
How impossible it has become to avoid leftism. Remember, it's totalitarian in its essence. There is nothing that is freed from their tentacles. They must intrude everywhere. The arrogance of people on the left is so deep because they know better.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
There are lots of things to love about summer. Barbecuing comes to mind, but there's one thing I can't stand. It's sitting in a hot house or a hot apartment. Well, now, thanks to Blinds.com, I don't have to. I just had blinds installed in my bedroom from Blinds.com. As one Blinds.com customer put it, these guys are the best. There's no heat or cold transfer from the outside when you get triple cell shades from Blinds.com. These guys make it so easy. Blinds.com prices for their window treatments, and I'm talking honeycomb style shades like the one I got, blinds, curtains, valances, you name it. Their prices are dramatically lower than the in-store price. With free videos, free shipping, customer service every step of the way, it's so easy. I love these guys. I am going to be a customer and have been a customer for years and will be for life. Go to Blinds.com. Let insulating cell shades help you say goodbye to a hot home. You'll see easy in a whole new light with Blinds.com. That's Blinds.com.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
At lifequotes.com, we've solved the worst problem there is with buying life insurance, the medical exam. At lifequotes.com, you can instantly compare the rates of 50 leading life insurance companies and buy online from the company of your choice. For example, A healthy male, age 30, can now apply for $400,000 of high-quality, no-exam term life insurance for less than $35 per month. Females pay even less. LifeQuotes.com is online, private, and convenient. Want more good news? Life insurance rates are now at all-time lows. At LifeQuotes.com, we make it easy to search the life insurance market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save. Plan availability varies by state. LifeQuotes.com, or call us at 1-800-640-LIFE. That's 1-800-640-LIFE.
737 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound 53 has delays Dundee to Lake Cook after an earlier crash. And southbound now it's slow Palatine to Kirchhoff. And from the Adams Tollway to Higgins, there's some debris, some wood debris, and 2 center lanes are blocked. Edens is 20 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Kennedy, 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 43. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound it's 37. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown, and traffic is a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate, it feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Learn more at unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence. Since 1935, sunny to partly cloudy. Just a beautiful day ahead, high 83, 62 overnight, 66 degrees at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Nice choice. Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. I think Mark Kirk is going to be a loser come November of 2016 in the political sense, in the fact that he has decided to open up a two-front war in his re-election campaign after being the only Republican senator yesterday to vote against defunding Planned Parenthood. 2 Democrat senators, Joe Donnelly from Indiana, his good buddy Joe Manchin from West Virginia. Mark Kirk, well, should be a little bit more like your friend Joe Manchin, voted to defund Planned Parenthood. Now it failed, 53-46. Of course, you need the 60 votes in the Senate to get cloture so that opponents cannot filibuster, which the Democrats were going to do. So it failed at this point, but the issue isn't going away. The question is, should Mark Kirk go away? 312-642-5600, the turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line.
Well, as a pro-choice Republican, I did call Senator Kirk's office, and they did tell me that, Planned Parenthood's helped 3 million people with fertility screenings and birth control and cancer screenings. But Kirk, before the vote yesterday, said this, that Planned Parenthood doesn't sell aborted babies in his state of Illinois. That was his line of argument with voting against defunding Planned Parenthood.
That's the kind of moral leadership you get from Mark Kirk, I'm afraid. And look, this is bad enough as an isolated matter. But in addition to that, 4 weeks ago, he votes against opportunity scholarships for children relegated to failing schools, including in his state of Illinois, mostly in urban centers, votes against opportunity scholarships for children. If the Republican Party and its standard bearers cannot see its way forward to support school choice, then I don't know what we're doing here. We're just going to try and cut marginal tax rates a little bit and reduce spending, reduce deficit and deficit spending a little bit and reduce borrowing a little bit. Is that why we're here on this earth? I don't think so. Is that a rationale for a robust political party? I don't think so. In addition to that, Mark Kirk's Heritage Action Scorecard, the Heritage Action Scorecard, which is comprised mainly of economic issues, 17%. The Senate Republican average, 62%. It's kind of evokes Ted Cruz's question, what would be different if Harry Reid were Senate Majority Leader as opposed to Mitch McConnell? What would be different if Tammy Duckworth were a U.S. Senator instead of Mark Kirk? It's not readily clear to me what would be different, and that's why, frankly, I'm done.
So you're not going to vote. And essentially, though, Dan, not voting for Mark Kirk is a vote for Tammy Duckworth.
Well, that's what I said. He opened a two-front war. You're going to have conservatives like myself who sit out the race. And by the way, this is not, just to be clear, this is not trying to excise moderates from the party, which you're going to hear from moderates. Not true. I supported Mark Kirk when he was our nominee in 2010. Bruce Rauner's a moderate. Supported him when he won the primary fair and square against Pat Quinn in 2014. I've ran campaigns for moderate state legislative campaigns. I've supported, moderate Republicans through my super PAC, Republican state legislative candidates who I disagreed with on the life issue, candidates I've disagreed with on the marriage issue. It's not a litmus test, but at some point you reach critical mass where it is intolerable to support the destruction of your party from within. And that is what Republicans like Mark Kirk are doing. I'm very sorry about his illness. I wish that wouldn't have happened to him. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But we're talking about a representative who is the expression of our values and our views on important policy matters, how a free society is organized. And frankly, Mark Kirk is making our society less free and more barbaric. And I am done. But I'm willing to hear arguments from people who aren't done. 312-642-5600.
Well, I'm disappointed in what he did, but I'm still going to support him as a Republican because I feel if I don't, then, that's a sure guaranteed win for Tammy Duckworth.
Well, at some point, there has to be some internal mechanisms for accountability in the Republican Party. One of the many reasons the Illinois Republican Party is in the super minority, despite the abject destruction of the state's economy by the Chicago Democrats who've lorded over the state for generations now, is because there was no internal accountability mechanism. There's no way to hold bad actors responsible. And frankly, part of that is conservatives' fault too. It's my fault. I'm part of the conservative movement. I'm part of the Illinois Republican Party by necessity, not conservative by choice, Republican by necessity. So I'll take my share of the blame. We need to put up better candidates, including in primaries against Mark Kirk. And by the way, there's still time to primary Mark Kirk. Filing is until the end of November.
All right, well, then get off your butts and pick a conservative candidate that you can rally around and do it. And also, too, you're violating the 11th commandment of Ronald Reagan. Thou shalt not speak ill of any fellow Republicans.
I love when people invoke that because it gives me
bring it up all the time.
Right, and it gives me the opportunity to remind them that the author of the 11th commandment was a candidate who challenged a sitting Republican president in a primary. So let's just dispense with the silliness of the 11th commandment of Ronald Reagan. This is not speaking ill. This is having a substantive debate on Mark Kirk's policy choices and whether that reflects the Republican Party and the conservative movement, whether there is a better option than Mark Kirk, whether we're going to be self-accountable as a party. And that's what it is. This isn't kind of like personal, I don't like Mark Kirk, so I'm going to take my ball and go home. It has nothing to do with that.
I understand why you're angry. I understand why you're not supporting him, but I need an answer. If it's not him, then who?
Well, let's go to the phone lines and see if we've got any answers. Donna and Alsop, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello, is that me?
Yep, it's you.
I'm with you 100%. I sent an email to Mark Kirk yesterday. I will vote for whoever opposes him, period. I have no Republican say in Congress, in either house. I'm on the South Side. I had Bobby Rush was my congressman for years. Now Lipinski's not so bad. I have no Republican voice. When I went to for governor, when I went and asked for a Republican ballot in the primary, I was the only one who asked for a Republican ballot. This is crazy.
Thanks for the call, Donna. Appreciate it. Jake in Carpentersville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. King County has an excellent Illinois State Senator, Karen McConaughey, who would be an excellent choice to run for U.S. Senator if she were willing. She's smart. She's effective. Has everything going for her. So
thanks for the
call. You want a replacement? There's a replacement.
Thanks for the call, Jake. I don't see anybody giving up their seat to run against Mark Kirk. Part of the problem Pete in Aurora, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
There was that young man who tried to primary Overweiss in the 2012 election cycle.
Doug Truex.
I can't remember his name.
Doug Truex. Doug Truex.
Doug.
What?
How many times are we going to give Doug Truex a plug on the air? Doug Truex is his name, Pete.
What? He's the guy that we need to get back into this race and primary Mark Kirk out.
Thanks for the call. Doug Truex, good candidate, good young Republican leader.
Incoming.
West Point, successful business person, new generation of leadership. That's not something the Republican Party needs in this state. Yeah, right. Pat in Dyer, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Pat.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I just want to let you know I'm one of those guys like you, Dan, who've kind of become fed up with the basis of the Republican National Party. I will no longer support or vote for a Rhino. I feel betrayed. We turn out 10 and 14. We give them the majorities they say they want, and put top down. We're punished for that. No difference.
Thanks for the call.
Ooh, can we take Brian
Yep.
in Lombard? Hi,
Brian.
Folks.
Brian,
So
you're on.
I was horrified by those videos, too, and the attitude she displayed. But these parts are not being used because they're delicacies. I assume they're being used in medical research, and perhaps people like Chuck Krauthammer or Mark Kirk, who have physical afflictions that could benefit from this research, might see a bigger picture than just punishing Planned Parenthood because that one woman was so horrific in the way she described it.
Well, it's more than describing. It's trafficking in body parts for profit, and that is illegal. Thanks for the call, Brian. Sean in Homewood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. In the last senatorial campaign, Senator Kirk said he would vote for Oberweis, but he would not campaign for him because he so appreciated his working relationship with Senator Durbin. Well, now I think a lot of people who might vote for Kirk in the coming election, they too will have no enthusiasm to campaign for him at all as payback, in part for his position on Oberweis in the last go-around.
Thanks for the call, Sean. And let's remind ourselves, Kirk thinks this is about just currying favor with North Shore liberals. In a general election. This is about base turnout. And you'll have the base turnout likely for the presidential race, and then they can just very easily skip that Senate race. And that's what we're talking about happening, and that spells an L for Kirk. Tony in Lake Villa, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I guess I'm jumping on the bandwagon, everyone else. I'm a conservative, and I cannot believe that we do not have a candidate in the entire state of Illinois that can represent conservatives and the Republican Party. Mark Kirk, if he runs again, and it appears that's what the Republican Party wants to do, as a conservative, I'll vote for any freaking Democrat they put against them. That's how disgusted I am, because it's like voting for a perpetual rhino anytime you vote for a Republican in this state anymore.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Linda in Lincoln Park.
I've been thinking about the same thing. A name that came to mind is Jody Weiss. Remember, former police superintendent? What's he up to?
Jody Weiss?
Yeah, I don't. Thanks for the call, Linda.
He does some part-time work for ABC7, but I don't know about his political affiliation because they don't tell us what it is. We just assume it's Democratic.
312-642-5600 is the turnkey.pro answer line. We'll take more of your calls on Mark Kirk and his political future right after this.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today. Gorgeous. Low humidity, a high of 83, and more of the same tomorrow, just a few more clouds. Let's see if northbound 53 is cleared up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
It's almost clear, Amy. Thanks. We do still have heavy traffic approaching Lake Cook, starting around Dundee. Now the heavier delays are southbound from Palatine Road to Kirchhoff, and from the Adams Tollway to Higgins. There's some wood debris there right in the middle of the roadway, and the two center lanes are blocked. The northbound tri-state has huge delays from 115th to LaGrange Road. There's a crash in the two left lanes. Then from the Stevenson to Ogden and Cermak to Grand Avenue, Adams Tollway. Stop and go 31 to 59 and Meacham to 53. Reagan Tollway delays from the Fox River to 59 and Myers to the tri-state Veterans Memorial. Slow Boughton most of the way to Roosevelt, and from North Avenue Avenue to Lake Street. The Edens, just 20 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy, 34 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 43. The Ike, 46 minutes Thorndale to downtown, outbound 37. Stevenson, 56 minutes 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Rhine is 27 minutes 95 to downtown. That's traffic on AM 560 The Answer.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners and AM 560. You know, we got the Turnkey.pro answer line, the Turnkey.pro text line. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from on-site service calls and help desk to all-in networks. They have a plan that fits your company's technology needs. You want to move your business to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Is having someone to call when you misplace a file or accidentally open that email with a virus important? Then Turnkey's got you covered. Time for all new equipment? With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit Turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's Turnkey.pro.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure? Losing the family home? Well, you'd be not alone, so please listen to this. There are a lot of issues in a foreclosure, legal issues, factual issues, dozens so far, and more coming to light every day. You see, people, we are in the aftermath of what will go down in history as the greatest financial crime in history, from which a lot of people profited immensely. And these people did not always do things entirely legally. That is a foregone conclusion. I'm Lou Bridges. I put together a law firm dedicated to foreclosure defense and to avoiding foreclosure by working with the banks, based on a thorough examination and analysis of all the potential issues and questions. And we have surrounded ourselves with people equally committed to this pursuit of justice.
Call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231. Or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense firm and discover the legal tools at your disposal.
This is a pretty simple fact. Visiting Angels is America's choice in senior home care. Let me say it again. Visiting Angels is America's choice in senior home care, and that says a lot. For years now, they've been taking care of hundreds of thousands of seniors. It works very simply. If you have a loved one who needs some extra care and assistance, and they want some, but they want to stay in their own home, their own comfortable surroundings, take a moment and consider these real-life angels here on earth, Visiting Angels. These are compassionate, experienced caregivers who come in and provide assistance with personal hygiene, meal preparation, light housework, even just running errands or just sitting with your loved one from anywhere from a few hours a day up to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The rates are affordable, and you get to select the caregiver before the service even starts. They're great people. Give them a call, 877-374-LIVE. Visiting Angels, 877-374-LIVE, 877-374-LIVE, or online, go to visitingangels.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy are talking about Mark Kirk and his political future. I'll tell you what's interesting, Amy, is we have yet to hear someone say, you know, I'm going to stick with Mark Kirk because he's better than Tammy Duckworth. This is where you have a real frustration in the base to say, I'm tired of playing that game. If you're going to basically thumb your nose at me at every turn, then I'm off the bandwagon.
And we should mention that the reason why he voted against defunding Planned Parenthood, he says because Planned Parenthood doesn't sell aborted babies in the state of Illinois. And that hasn't been proven yet, because remember that second undercover video? They talked about Stroger Hospital.
Mentioned Stroger Hospital specifically. That's a important point. In addition to that, you have Jeannie Ives, who sponsored a resolution in the Illinois House to investigate Planned Parenthood, as 10 other states are doing right now, at least 2 congressional inquiries. So that's correct. We do not know that whatsoever. In fact, I would say that the weight of the evidence would suggest that it's more likely than not that they do the practice in Illinois as elsewhere. Christopher in Freeport, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Listen, the Republican Party better find a guy to primary Mark Kirk, a guy or gal, and they better win. Because I will cast my first vote for a Democrat in over 20 years if Mark Kirk is the Senate nominee next year. Okay, I voted for pro-choice Republicans before because, if you give power to the Democrats, that's never a good thing.
Correct.
But I got to tell you what, if you can't figure out that a group of people standing around talking about the economics of baby eyeballs does not deserve our tax dollars. You don't need to be in the U.S. Senate or any other public office.
Thanks for the call, Christopher. Nick at Barrington.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yep. Doug Truax, who ran in the primaries against Oberweis in 2014. I heard him speak a couple times. He's a West Point grad. Very smart guy, very sharp, young, energetic. I think he'd be a wonderful candidate.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nick. Several people have mentioned Truax. Sean from Elmwood Park.
You know, the sad part is my whole life I've been hearing this strategy of lesser of two evils. That has been an ongoing theme here in Illinois, when the reality is, as you read an hour ago, they campaign together. They collude together. They carpool together. They open up lobbying firms together. So we, as the people of Illinois, have a decision to make. Do you prefer an opponent or a traitor? Because the gentleman who said he hasn't voted for Democrats in 30 years, you've been voting for Democrats all along.
Sean, got to jump.
We all have.
Got to jump.
And they have.
Thanks for the call, Sean. Got to jump.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
MyPillow, made in America, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too. Go to mypillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of one, plus 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. It helps with neck pain, snoring, allergies. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Coming up, conservative rock star Colonel Alan West, former congressman, joins us to talk about state of play in the race for the Republican nomination, as well as the particulars of the Iranian deal from his perspective. That's coming up at 8:08.
And later, Obama is brought to tears over clean energy. We'll explain. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following this morning. A priest removed from a Chicago church after some questionable material was found on his computer. The National Weather Service confirms a tornado did hit Lake County, and the Cubs were washed out. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. A Muslim man is due in court this hour in Newark. His claim to fame, he's the first accused killer to be charged with terrorism under New Jersey law. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers on the case live.
Ali Mohammed Brown is accused of shooting 19-year-old Brendan Tevlin last year. Brown also faces charges in Washington State for the murders of 3 others. He says he randomly killed Tevlin after seeing him at a traffic light, telling investigators he's a devout Muslim and he believed his actions were justified shootings and retaliations for actions by the U.S. government in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. Tevlin was a student at the University of Richmond in Virginia and was home from college for the summer when he was killed, Dave.
Tanya, Donald Trump way out in front in yet another new Republican presidential poll, getting 26%.
That's the highest level any GOP candidate has received since the Fox poll began asking about the GOP primary back in December 2013.
Fox polling director Dana Blanton. Trump was not mentioned when 14 other Republican candidates gathered at a forum last night in New Hampshire. We'll find out today which 10 will make the cut in the first primetime debate Thursday night on Fox. A father and his daughter are dead in New Hampshire, killed at the circus they were watching when a strong storm whipped up. This man was there.
People who were part of the circus just yelled, "Run."
And then the tent came crashing down. The collapse also injured at least 22 other people in Lancaster. Firefighters keep battling a 97-square-mile wildfire in Lake County, California, north of San Francisco, and this is making it tougher.
Sometimes the embers will fly in different directions based on where the wind is going, and they may land and ignite what we call spot fires.
Fire Battalion Chief Rich Buckini, 13,000 people have been urged to evacuate. The flames have burned down 24 homes. A nightmare at a California construction site. A contractor grading a parking lot hit an underground hive, and out came a swarm of bees, hundreds of them, covering and stinging 3 workers. 1 died of an allergic reaction. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 67 degrees. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. The family of Sandra Bland is suing the people they believe are responsible for her death last month in a Texas jail cell. Bland arrested in Waller County, Texas, July 10th for being pulled over for a traffic violation and was later found dead in her cell. Today, an attorney for the Bland family is expected to file that federal suit against the trooper who made that arrest and others involved in the case. Governor Bruce Rauner issues a state disaster declaration for 23 counties devastated by severe storms this summer. Weather officials are confirming that a tornado struck Grays Lake over the weekend. Haynesville, Round Lake, and Wildwood. It was an EF1 tornado, winds reaching at times over 100 miles an hour. Meantime, damage is still being repaired in Chicago's Rogers Park neighborhood following the same severe storms. Chicago's Roman Catholic Archbishop Blaise Supich has removed a priest from his pastoral duties. Authorities are investigating why the Reverend Octavio Munoz Capetillo had questionable material stored on a computer in his possession. Illinois lawmakers are considering a new plan to provide almost $4.8 billion in federal funding for social services during the state's budget stalemate. The Senate today as well may reconsider a plan to freeze statewide property taxes for 2 years. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pirates postponed because of rain. Tampa Bay beat the White Sox 5-4. The news service of Aruba Tourism. How about trading that long stretch of crowded highway for a long stretch of white sand beach in Aruba? Enjoy perfect weather, calm waters, and cooling Caribbean trade winds. Hop a direct flight from O'Hare. Plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Gary Baumgarten.
From the Fox Business Network, U.S. futures flat. Stocks in China rose sharply. For the second day in a row, the Athens market in a tailspin, though the government is hoping to conclude a bailout agreement with European investors in the next 3 weeks. Big changes on the executive floor at Sprint. The wireless carrier announcing the appointments of a new CFO, COO, and CTO. You may never have to listen to a voicemail again. Apple working on a transcription service which translates voicemail into text messages. President Obama hosting the first ever White House Demo Day today. Innovators invited to demo their individual stories. It's a sector that's been dominated by men. USA Today reporting that in a letter to the president, the National Venture Capital Association is pledging opportunities for women and underrepresented minorities. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Gary Baumgarten.
It is 8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Sean Hannity Show.
That's what this has become, a weak and timid and visionless Washington Republican establishment. And it's now hit a tipping point. We're now at the point where everybody look, this is all, this dovetails perfectly into an analysis of why you see the meteoric rise of Donald Trump.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
It is 8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens inbound is just 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, but outbound 31 with delays out to Lake Avenue. Kennedy inbound 36 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 42. Inbound Eisenhower 50 minutes. Thorndale to the post office 36 from Manheim. Outbound 39 to Thorndale. Stevenson got a 56-minute ride from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, heavy 137 to 176. Northbound jammed, 115th to LaGrange Road, where there's a crash with injuries. 2 left lanes are blocked, and it's stop and go from the Cermak Toll to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow 25 to 59, Roselle to 53, and Arlington Heights Road to the Des Plaines Oasis stalled semi in the right lane. Reagan Tollway very slow 31 to 59, and Myers to the Tri-State. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is the service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today will be sunny to partly cloudy with a high of 83. Then tonight, partly cloudy with a low 62. Tomorrow, clouds will limit sunshine with a high 83 and a low 64. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
63 at O'Hare, 69 along the lakefront, 66 midway. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
New insight about the potential political stunner that could shake up the battle for the White House. Word that Vice President Joe Biden, still mourning the death of his son Beau just 2 months ago, is actively considering making a late entry into the Democratic race to challenge Hillary Clinton, a challenge that Beau Biden strongly encouraged.
President Obama today made a passionate case for reducing carbon emissions, especially from coal-burning power plants, arguing that nothing less than our health, safety, and future are at stake.
And I do think it's important to remember the group behind this, they're not a medical group. They're not about women's health care. They're completely focused on ending access to legal abortion in this country, and they've been behind a 10-year campaign to end access to Planned Parenthood health care for women in America.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Well, let's get right to it because our next guest, this gentleman has really been a conservative rock star since he rose to prominence, retiring from the military, running for Congress in Florida, winning a congressional seat. Now he's relocated to Texas. Let's find out what is up with our friend, Colonel Alan West. Colonel West, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. How are you guys doing?
Very good, thank you. I want to start, we've got a lot to talk about, but I want to start with the military question. There was a couple of stories out this morning that are a little bit strange to me, and perhaps as somebody who has served with distinction in our armed forces, you could provide some insight. 2 stories. One is troop levels being reduced by 40,000 in the U.S. Army and questioning about our military readiness. And then correspondingly, a little bit of a relaxation of the physical standards in the Navy in terms of basically your body mass index for both men and women. What are the importance of those 2 stories?
Well, first of all, let's start with the latter question. You know, we're starting to turn the military into the way that we're running Little League Baseball, and that every kid gets a trophy, and everyone should be able to play in the military. This is not a game. This is about standards. This is about qualifications. When we have the Obama administration that set down an edict that the U.S. Army Rangers would open up to females, and next year the Navy SEAL training will be opened up to women, you have to ask yourself why. And that takes you back to the real question about the decimation of our military capability capacity. Yes, 40,000 active duty soldiers will be cut from the Army. That means that your United States Army, the one that I served in, the one that my dad served in World War II, will be down to pre-World War II levels. The Navy right now is at 1917 force levels. As a matter of fact, a lot of people are not paying attention to the fact for the first time since 2007, we will not be able to do a relief in place of a carrier battle group in the Persian Gulf. So that means we will go without carrier battle group coverage in the Persian Gulf, and that means there will be no carrier-based strikes against ISIS, which I thought we were supposed to be decimating, degrading, and defeating and destroying. The United States Marine Corps is at World War I levels, and the United States Air Force is at the smallest and oldest fleet since we created the modern Air Force. This is the Obama military that goes right along with the Obama economy. It's a failure.
Well, back to the Navy with this new body fat and fitness rules. Do you think that, I mean, I know it'll mean that more recruits will come in, but are they capable of doing the job?
Well, that's the important part. You know, the thing that people have to understand is that the United States military is not about everyone gets to play. The United States military, our profit margin is based upon lives. And we have to have a very strict criteria because this is not like civilian society. And I think that's what the Obama administration sees it. The Obama administration and President Obama himself, they base everything upon social egalitarianism. That's not what the military is about. You know, you have to be able to meet a level of standard, a level of physical capability that is not required of the everyday American in a civilian job. Just the same as with firefighters, just the same as with law enforcement officers. And so we cannot see a lowering of standards. And there is a big concern about the military not being able to hit those recruiting levels because people are concerned, mothers and fathers, husbands and wives, about having their loved ones in the military underneath a commander-in-chief that really is not concerned about their safety.
But the good news for me is that I meet the BMI requirements for a 40-year-old woman, so there's an opportunity for me to enlist if I'd like to choose that course.
Yeah, I don't think you want to look at yourself in the mirror and having admitted to that, though.
So switching topics, you served Congress, you served in the Republican majority in Congress. We've seen a lot of criticism of Mitch McConnell, some criticism of John Boehner, including a move by one North Carolina congressman to depose him as Speaker. What's your assessment of the Republican majority leadership in the House and the Senate at this juncture?
I will tell you that a lot of the things that they said they were going to achieve, they have not. And that's why I believe you see this angst that is out there. That's why you see a person like Donald Trump that's surging, because it's the political class of both parties that people are tired of. And when you have a GOP majority in the House and the Senate, largest majorities they had since post-World War II, if I'm correct, they went ahead and funded the illegal amnesty move of President Obama that he did by executive order, which was unconstitutional. They have not really done anything to, defund certain parts of the Obamacare, individual mandate, employer mandate, medical device tax, several other things that we could chip away at. And so those are some of the things that people are looking at, and they're somewhat upset about. And the fact that you have an organization like Planned Parenthood, which is not a government organization, it's supposed to be not-for-profit, that's turning a $1 billion profit every year, but yet they get about $550 million of American taxpayer money. How can you explain that? I don't see in the Constitution where it says the American taxpayer resources are supposed to go to an abortion industry such as Planned Parenthood, and we could not even get that through in the Senate. So I think there are a lot of things that are causing people to question the leadership in the House and the Senate.
Well, do you think Mitch McConnell should have gone to the mat over this one, of the defunding of Planned Parenthood?
Or still can shut down the government if he wants or try to.
Well, it's not about shutting down the government. I think that we have to start talking about what are the correct funding and appropriations priorities for the federal government. Think about what we just talked about. We just mentioned that we're going to cut our Army by 40,000 active duty troops, but yet we are sending $500 million to Planned Parenthood. Now, if you can't make that argument to the American people, then you don't need to be in a leadership position.
That's pretty compelling juxtaposition. You're right. We're talking to Colonel Alan West. Let me ask you this, sticking with the defunding of Planned Parenthood for a second. Obviously, we're home ignominiously once again to the one Republican senator who voted against defunding Planned Parenthood. We've been talking about it all morning with our listeners in terms of whether or not that should essentially be a litmus test for supporting Mark Kirk for re-election. What would you say to Republican primary voters about a Republican senator who votes against defunding Planned Parenthood?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into the politics of an individual, but again, I would look at this principle. What are the funding priorities of the federal government? If you're here to tell the American people that their taxpayer dollars should go to an organization like Planned Parenthood that is really part of the abortion industry, and we've seen these videos and we know what they have admitted their own workers to doing, then American taxpayer dollars should go to a pro-life organization as well. So I don't think that our taxpayer dollars should be in that business. The number one responsibility of the federal government is to provide for the common defense. You want to talk about roads and infrastructure, that's a place for $500 million. So I would challenge Senator Mark Kirk on saying, where should that money go? Does he truly believe that $500 million of American taxpayer money should go to an organization that is turning $1 billion profit, such as Planned Parenthood?
Apparently he does, unfortunately. For the debate on Thursday night, the first presidential debate, I won't ask you to pick a candidate unless you'd like to, unless you're supporting a candidate. But if you won't commit to a candidate, what is it you want to hear from the assembled 17 candidates on Thursday night?
Well, Thursday, the main stage will have the 10. I'm looking for someone that can be a commander-in-chief. I'm looking for someone that you can put in a room with all the despots, theocrats, autocrats, and dictators and get them to understand American strength and exceptionalism. I'm looking for someone that would not surrender the United States of America as President Obama did with this Iranian nuclear deal. Art Laffer is still a very astute and very alert individual. You can bring him back to get our economy going, or look at some of the principles that he used during the Reagan administration, which had us clipping along at 7 to 8% GDP growth at this point in time in his presidency. You can get some smart people on health care. You can get smart folks as far as energy security and energy policy. But one person carries the title of commander-in-chief, and I'm looking for someone that can be a leader and a statesman, not just a cult of personality, and I think that's what the American people need.
He is Colonel Alan West. Colonel West, thanks always for joining us. A lot of fun.
Always a pleasure, guys. You take care.
Thanks.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today, low humidity, and just brilliant sunshine. A high of 83 degrees tomorrow. A high of 83, but we'll have some clouds here and limited sun by the afternoon. Let's get the travel times, and has that mess finally cleared up on northbound 53, Jim Trelamonte?
It has, Amy. That's the good news. Southbound, in fact, it's improved a little bit, too. There was some wood debris right around Woodfield. That's gone. So the only delay now on 53 is southbound Rand to Kirchhoff. The northbound tri-state has big delays from 115th to LaGrange Road, where a crash moved to the left shoulder. And it's still very slow from around Cermak to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway. Got problems. Bartlett to Roselle with a crash in the left lane. And actually the delays then continue to around 53. And then it's slow. Arlington Heights Road to the Des Plaines Oasis, where a stalled semi has the right lane blocked. The Edens is fine inbound, but outbound 31 minutes Montrose to Lake Cook. Kennedy, 36 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 42. The Ike at 50 minutes Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 39. Stevenson 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and the Ryan 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Don't get stuck paying 2 mortgages or living with the frustration of a for sale sign in your yard forever. The answer is simple. Just call Saul Z and the Z team. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home at a price and deadline you agree to. 29 days pass without a sale, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything because if you aren't happy, Saul lets you out of the contract. Saul can do that because he spends many more time than the average realtor on marketing. For example, C listed his Wicker Park Bucktown home for 140 days with another realtor. Then Saul Z sold C's home in only 11 days at $41,000 over the listing price. What a difference in results that is. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I sell my well-appointed condo at Lake Point Tower or buy a home. Go to callsaul.net, that's SAUL.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
Does your butler
Want to
come
buy a
with
brownstone? You gotta call Townstone. Refinance or purchase? Townstone Financial. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. I've been buying and selling real estate since 1989 and can guarantee that calling me and my team of knowledgeable loan officers at 312-896-2111 won't be a waste of time. I've talked to hundreds of bankers and brokers over the past 25 years, and none of them can compete with Townstone. That includes the big banks. Sure, many can answer your questions, but are they giving you the best deal? When you call Townstone, we promise to provide you with the best available interest rates, as well as low closing costs, and of course, phenomenal service. Since 2002, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial. If you want to work with mortgage professionals who actually know what they're talking about, call the guys with the answers at Townstone now. 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Tasty Catering is bringing outdoor happiness to you and your coworkers in a variety of forms this picnic season.
Down-home barbecue, street tacos, sausages and sandwiches, steaks, chops, fish, Greek feasts, pig roasts, the list goes on.
Tasty Catering picnic foods are getting more deliciously sophisticated than ever, too, which means you can meet everyone's needs with even more great picnic food options.
Organic, gluten-free, vegetarian, vegan, and dairy-free options never tasted so picnicky.
Your picnic doesn't stop with amazing freshly grilled food, entertainment, rentals, decor, venue selection. Get everything you need with one single call to Tasty Catering.
Inflatables and crafts for the kids, games and athletics for the teenagers, beverage packages and entertainment options for the adults. There's so much to choose from.
The best company picnics start at tastycatering.com. View picnic menus, entertainment options, picnic spots, and more when you visit tastycatering.com.
Every month, thousands of Christians across America are switching their healthcare to a proven, faith-based solution called MediShare. Unlike insurance, MediShare members share each other's healthcare expenses, more than $1 billion worth since 1993. They live healthier lifestyles, which means lower costs and affordable family options. And they're exempt from any tax penalties under the law. But most of all, members love the assurance of knowing their healthcare dollars never pay for things that go against their conscience. There's no doubt, MediShare is a triumph of religious freedom.
Learn how thousands of Christians can help you save on your health care. For your free information guide, call 855-BIBLE-11. Not available in Montana. MediShare, affordable biblical health care. Call 855-BIBLE-11. That's 855-BIBLE-11.
AM 560, The Answer.
Lion Watch.
It's open season on hunters. American Huntress.
Yeah, she's pretty easy on the eyes. But
Meow.
if I was a guy, I don't know if I'd want to date this girl, Sabrina Corgatelli. That's her name. She's from Idaho, and she's active, Dan. I don't know if you could keep up with her. She's out on the prowl, so to speak.
I don't think her boyfriend named Aaron would appreciate my intervention. Miss Corgatelli, a university accountant, also runs a clothing company called Racks and Ridges.
Sure she does. She's got quite a rack, too.
Oh, boy.
Well, women tend to look at other women. Okay, it's true.
Now you've done it.
Yes.
She has posted pictures of herself from her hunting trip, killing... let's see, what'd she have? She's got...
the giraffe's the one that I saw.
A giraffe, right? A giraffe that went down. A massive kudu, an African antelope with a white striped body and spiraling horns. And
A warthog and an impala, too.
right. Yeah, I saw that warthog, too. And then
Yeah.
also a photograph of her boyfriend, Aaron, with the body of a 13-foot crocodile. They spent the last 2 weeks in... they spent the last 2 weeks on this hunting trip, but also, in terms of other Facebook posts, her boyfriend wrote that he had killed 2 lions in South Africa and admitted in 2010 he collared a lion like Cecil in the same place that Cecil had been killed. They are right.
Too soon.
They are they defend Walter Palmer's actions with respect to Cecil, providing he was hunting with a legal permit in a legal area there in Zimbabwe, which is an aspect that is still under review and litigation, to the extent that you can call what the justice system in Zimbabwe or describe the justice system in Zimbabwe in such terms. But here's something that he also said. This is Miss Corgatelli's boyfriend. I do get seriously tired of the ethical token thrown into the mix. Who are you or I to determine another man's ethics? We have laws to determine what's right or wrong. Ethics are your own to decide. That's such an interesting statement to me, these from these trophy hunters, because you know what that statement is? That is a moral relativist statement with which I disagree, but which with the left agrees. So all these people that are howling about Cecil, roaring about Cecil, if you will, they're the ones who think, hey, wait a second. There's no right and wrong. It's just what you think. Whatever comes from your head, that's your ethics, and I may have different ethics, and there's no absolute truth. It's just one person's opinion, and one person's opinion is equal to the other person's opinion. One person's ethics is equal to the other person's ethics. So what's the problem, Cecil lovers? What's the problem with this statement? He just has a different set of ethics than you do. I'm the one, and conservatives are the one who disagree with the moral relativist nature of this statement. It is the left that embraces it, and now the left, as always happens to the left, they're hoist by their own petard. And this hunter pointed out their hypocrisy unknowingly.
So many people are, calling me a poacher because they don't even think it's legal to hunt giraffe.
And it is legal. What she did was legal, and they're coming forward because they're saying they're hunters. They're making no excuses about it, make no apologies, and they're not going to back down.
Miss Corgatelli and her boyfriend took to social media to condemn those who attacked Walter Palmer as, quote, uneducated, misinformed, misguided, godless, narrow-minded hypocrites.
Wow.
Quite a mouthful. Quite a mouthful from Miss Corgatelli.
And I urge people to just check out the photos for themselves and see.
It's worth a
The
review.
hunter and the hunted.
Indeed.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I can tolerate a lot of things. I tolerate the annoying way my son-in-law Tom says schedule. I tolerate my buddy's weird snort laugh. I even tolerate my neighbor who hasn't returned my tools. I'm looking at you, Mike. I can see my wrench from here. But as I've gotten older, the one thing I can't tolerate is risk surrounding my retirement. I'm not about to risk missing out on the things I've always wanted to do, or worse yet, risk having to go back to work. I need to do everything I can to make sure that my financial plan stays the course. I won't tolerate anything less than that.
At the mutual fund store, we understand that every investor is unique and has different levels of risk they can tolerate. Let us help you find an investing strategy that fits your needs and comfort level. Schedule a free portfolio review with us today.
Hi, I'm Doug Bash with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. Well, if that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan wrote, I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have simply disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Not only Susan, folks, but I use it too, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I hate white people.
Well, excuse you. Dan will explain. And also, a new gift to give the kiddies, a collector's item. And of course, it involves Cecil the Lion. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
68 degrees, blue skies, and sunshine this morning. And the latest Fox News poll showing a new high and a new low for the front runners.
Anything else to tease? I mean, I can't. Who's going to sit at the big table and who's at the kiddie table? Did you ever have to sit at the kiddie table, Dan? I did.
I mean, I guess that'll be. I don't have anything else. I
I
don't know.
know. Yeah, and everyone will be talking about it. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
The table is set for Thursday night's debate.
Who's at the big table? Who's at the kiddie table? We'll discuss beginning at 5 a.m. 560. The Answer.
Police announced the arrest of Tremaine Wilborn yesterday.
Today at approximately 4:53 p.m., I was contacted and advised that Wilborn turned himself in to U.S. Marshal's office at the Federal Building.
Memphis Police Director Tony Armstrong. The family of a former suburban woman, Sandra Bland, is suing the people they say are responsible for her death last month in a Texas jail. Bland was arrested in Waller County, Texas, July 10th. Today, an attorney for Bland's family is expected to file that federal suit. Weather officials are confirming a tornado that hit Lake County was the EF1 windstorm that ran across Round Lake, Haynesville, Grays Lake, and Wildwood on Sunday night, leaving devastation in its wake. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pittsburgh postponed because of rain, while Tampa Bay beat the White Sox 5-4. The news, a service of Triton College. Take a new look at Triton College with their award-winning faculty, proven student success, exceptional programs, cutting-edge facilities, multi-million-dollar upgrades. Isn't it time you took a new look? Visit triton.edu/new look. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Youth Outreach Services matches Chicago teens in need with loving foster homes. Visit YOS.org to find out more. We'll give you a hand so you can give your heart.
Trust is the single most important factor in hiring a contractor. Dependable Construction and its founder, Joe Barron, built their business over 3 decades by being trustworthy. Tuck pointing, brick, and roofing is Joe's specialty. Joe started as a laborer and progressed to an expert tuck pointer and bricklayer. In addition to masonry and roofing, Joe and Dependable Construction have grown to become a full-service, Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. For brick, masonry, and roofing on residential, commercial, or industrial projects to any other type of remodeling or construction, you'll deal directly with owner Joe Barron. Call Joe Barron at Dependable Construction, an AM 560 Feed the Children business benefactor. Mention AM 560 and receive a 10% discount on most jobs. Call 773-244-1091. That's 773-244-1091. Or visit tuckpointchicago.net. 773-244-1091.
Jared Neiman. I can drink the fat all night. And Rodney Adkins. Makes me want to take a back road. Live in concert. Lover. Friday, August 7th. These are my people. Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. Jared Neiman. One more drink and Rodney Adkins. Tickets are on sale now at gvctickets.com. Produced by 111 Productions. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big Head Todd and the Monsters. G-Love and Special Sauce. And JJ Gray and Mofro. All live on the same night, same stage. Presented by Grand Victoria Casino. Saturday, August 22nd at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin and Festival Park. Get tickets now at gvctickets.com. Don't miss Big Head Todd and the Monsters, G-Love and Special Sauce, and JJ Gray and Mofro. Part of GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens inbound is delay-free. Outbound it's slow Montrose to Lake Avenue. 30 minutes Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound Kennedy delays start at Irving Park. 40 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 30 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. And outbound 39 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound Eisenhower. 50 minutes Thorndale to the post office. 29 from Manheim. Outbound 39 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 37. The Rhine is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, stop and go from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-state delays are northbound from 115th to LaGrange Road, Roosevelt to North Avenue. Farther north, slow Lake Cook to Deerfield Road with a crash in the right lane. Adams toll delays, Bartlett to Roselle. The delays continue then past a crash in the left lane to 53. Then it's slow Arlington Heights Road to the Des Plaines Oasis. Stalled truck in the right lane. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast is a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Sunny to partly cloudy, beautiful today. 83 for high temp, 62 overnight. 68 officially at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Show, walking you through stress-free mortgage options. Sunday afternoons at 1 on AM 560, The Answer.
Well, it's getting more fun to be an illegal alien. Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Huntington Park, California became the first city in California to appoint 2 undocumented immigrants as commissioners on the city's advisory boards.
Ruh-roh.
Good idea. 312 giving out my cell phone number.
Oh my
312-642-5600.
Okay,
It's
Donald
not
Trump.
my cell phone number. Right, so Gawker, please don't publish it.
312-642-5600. Oh, yeah, we never released Donald Trump's cell phone number.
No.
Did you call him yet?
I have not called him.
Okay.
I don't want to talk to him.
Right,
why.
that's
No,
right.
I'm not
That's why you
kidding.
don't
It'd be
call
fun
him.
to talk to him, actually. So we'd love to have him on the show. Sideshow Donald, if you're listening, please come on the show. 64636DA is the turnkey.pro text line. So this story, Huntington Park appointing 2 undocumented immigrants, so persons that are here illegally, as commissioners on city advisory boards. City Councilman Johnny Pineda has picked Francisco Medina to join the Health and Education Commission and Julian Zatarain for the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Their show, Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
Oh, it got canceled.
Parks
this could
and
have
Rec.
been a theme line for that, storyline for that show.
Parks and Rec, the undocumented immigrant version. Huntington
It's a
Park.
spinoff.
The 32-year-old lawmaker who, Deborah Marone, promised wait, what?
Wait, try that
A 32-year-old lawmaker, Johnny Pineda, who's the city councilman, told an online producer at CBS LA that he promised voters while running for office that he would create more opportunities for undocumented residents,
he just did.
appointment public posts. Huntington,
can't they get deported now? I mean, everybody knows that they're here illegally because he said it on TV.
Can they get deported?
Or something. I mean, they're here illegally.
Who's going to deport them? I wonder. I don't know if Huntington Park is a sanctuary city. I mean, I guess you don't have to ask if you're advertising it, but Huntington Park, according to this city councilman, is a city of opportunity and a city of hope for all individuals, regardless of socioeconomic status, race, creed, or in this case, citizenship. Both these gentlemen have accomplished a great deal for the city, and that's why they're getting these appointments. One activist out there in Huntington Park, Sandra Orozco, said they sent the wrong message to the community and to the country. Boy, that's a controversial statement. We're sending the wrong message to other cities that you can be illegal and you can come and work for a city.
Well, they're rewarding bad behavior.
Or, I mean, if you're Mount Prospect, you can maybe be a police officer. If it wasn't for Mount Prospect residents that got wind of this.
All thanks to you, Dan. And then they went to the board or the city council meeting and stopped it.
Yeah.
But maybe these two guys in this case, maybe they are qualified.
Well, I guess the question isn't whether they're qualified in terms of adding value on those volunteer commissions. They're not being paid. But the question is, what message does it send? So these people everyone knows they're here illegally, and we're just going to not do anything about it. I understand this kind of suggests the need for rethinking our national immigration policy, and I'm on board for rethinking it. But in the interim, I don't know if you're kind of a law-abiding American citizen who is playing by the rules set forward, and you see people that kind of are openly and notoriously breaking the law, and they're rewarded for it. What kind of message does that send exactly?
312-642-5600. It doesn't sit. Considering if most people in that town are here illegally, they had to appoint somebody to the commission. The man said that he obviously wants to give more opportunities to those who are here illegally.
Well, they didn't.
Clearly, they don't care about the law because they're not following it.
They didn't have to do that.
He
that was a
wanted
campaign promise. They chose to do that. There was no.
Okay.
There was no have to. Look, and as you know, no one hates white people more than I do. So this is not a defense of white people or white privilege because, I loathe white people just as much as the next guy. By the way, that show, White People on MTV, also that's hosted by an illegal immigrant. Interesting.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So these two also graduated from local colleges. One is a graduate from Cal State Dominguez Hills with a bachelor's degree in sociology and Chicano studies. The other is a student at Santa Monica Community College. They can do another. Right. You can do community college. So we got Parks and Rec, the illegal immigration or illegal immigrant edition. Now we have community, the illegal immigrant edition. Zadarain, that's one of the others. He's a student at Santa Monica Community College. Came to the U.S. in 2007.
Oh. Came to the U.S. How did he get here?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
What were the means by which he traveled? Where was his entry point?
Deborah and Palatine, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. What are we doing to continue to send this message that it's okay to break the law? What incentive do people have that are illegally here that try to follow the laws? What incentive does that give people to continue to try to follow the laws when we continue to reward somebody who is breaking the law? I just don't understand it.
It's a good point you brought up. I mean, we're rewarding bad behavior. We're saying it's okay. We don't have to follow the rules.
Well,
we've got laws in place that sometimes people, depending on who's in power, decide to follow and enforce, and with others, they don't.
A nation of men, not of laws. Big problem. It leads to a loss of freedom because you have power that is exercised arbitrarily and capriciously by those in power. Dangerous precedent. The left might want to consider that. Text from the Amish texter. What the hell happened to my country where Darren Wilson did nothing wrong and can't get a job, but illegal immigrants get appointed to a California city commission?
Wow. I just got the chills. That's a great point.
That's a good question. That's a good question. And by the way, another text from 708. Isn't that the dirty little secret? No one is living in the shadows. More mainstream media brainwashing. Yes, allowing people to come out from the shadows to assimilate into American society. Well, yeah, they're really doing it. Maybe we should have like a person here, the person that's here illegally, run for president of the United States or something.
Here's a great text message from 815. Some ICE agents should take the initiative and arrest them immediately.
And this is not to say that, I mean, it goes back again. People that come here these apparently are two upstanding gentlemen, and they've come here probably to better their lives. I understand it. But there's a lot of people that want to come here to better their lives. I think the immigration system doesn't work as it should. I don't think it's reflective of our values. I think it should be changed. I think there should be expedited a process to get people in here who are going to contribute. I think there's ways to make this a lot simpler, like if you renounce your access to welfare state benefits. So there's all kinds of changes that can be made, and we should talk about them, and we should move on them. But this isn't the way to do it. Don on I-55, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning, guys. I want to take it a step further back. If this council guy made this as a campaign promise, does it not imply that a bunch of people who voted for him were illegals who shouldn't be voting anyway, too? Because they voted him in on this campaign.
Perhaps. Thanks for the call, Don. Perhaps. But, there's no voter fraud that goes on in this country that I'm told by the Democratic Party, Chicago Democrats in particular. There's no voter fraud in Chicago.
No, dead people don't vote here.
That's just urban myth. Huda in Edgebrook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning.
They have, the wealth inequalities. How about law inequality? We have the law-abiding citizens and those who don't, so we have to share some of that.
We have to equalize it. There you go. Very, very good, Huda. I like that. Now you're on the program. Candace in DuPage, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I think you guys are seeing this the wrong way. You have to see it from the liberal point of view. If you're white and you're a dupe, then you're supposed to follow the law, okay? But if you're black or you're Hispanic, you can do whatever you want in this country now because you've got a free pass from the Democratic Party. And the other thing I want to say is...
Not if you're an American citizen.
Yeah, and I love the show True Detective, okay, the California one, because I think it is the most accurate portrayal of the Democratic Party and how things are run in the state of California, and pretty much in every state for that matter.
Right, the state of California, which has run out of water. Thanks for the call, Candace. Peter in Winfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Peter.
Hi, Peter from Winfield. I've got a suggestion for a candidate to run against Senator Kirk in the primary. If you remember back when Barack Obama was first running for the Senate, who was considering running against him was Coach Ditka.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that would be it would have been a catastrophe then, and it would be a catastrophe now. I don't think that's the answer, Peter, but I appreciate the suggestion.
Great name recognition.
Yeah, I don't
and
think
then that's that.
I like the coach as much as the next guy, but let me tell you something. I remember that, and I was around for that, and there was some investigation into the coach's background to see how he would hold up under political scrutiny, not Chicago sports media scrutiny. And he would not have held up well. Trust me.
Well, that's something I'd like to avoid.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today, 68 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 83. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 62, so you might not need that AC. And then tomorrow, clouds and limited sun, a high again in the low 80s. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. No Ditka-sized delays right now. Things are winding down pretty well. Kennedy inbound. It is slow Irving Park to the Hubbard Tunnel. 40 minutes O'Hare to downtown. You can save a bit with the Express. Outbound 39 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden's inbound is clear. Outbound at a 10-minute delay from Montrose to Lake Avenue. The Eisenhower's 50 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 37. Stevenson 45 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go 115th to 75th, and Roosevelt to North Avenue, and from Lake Cook to Deerfield Road with a crash in the right lane. Adams Tollway still slow, Bartlett Road to 53, and Arlington Heights Road to the Des Plaines Oasis where a stall has finally cleared. And the Reagan Tollway is slow, the Aurora Toll to 59 and York to the Tri-State. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Painting is personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting for me. And it's not too late to get on their painting schedule. Get your home looking perfect for all the summer entertaining. And summer is also the perfect time to get that exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. So when you come back renewed and refreshed, you'll have a fresh, new, beautiful coat of paint on your home. With CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. CertaPro is the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. When you call them up or go online, 1-800-GO-CERTA, that's CERTA with a C, or go to CertaPro.com, you'll Speak with Patty. If you make the phone call, then Otis comes over and takes some measurements. There's a color specialist on staff to help you make your home a personal expression of you. Painters come, they move the furniture, they paint, they clean up, folks. And when they're finished, they move all the furniture back. It's that simple. My guy, Angel, was so quiet, he wouldn't wake a baby. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com or call 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Certa with a C, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
Every month, Heather Cook helps dozens of people file claims for life insurance bought through SelectQuote. The stories she tells are inspiring. Like this one about Joe, a 39-year-old research analyst. Joe was healthy, but with a wife and 2 sons, he realized he needed life insurance just in case. Joe called SelectQuote. His agent, Scott, shopped a number of highly rated term life companies, and though Joe's budget was tight, got him a $1 million policy he could afford. Last April, Joe died from heart failure. But thanks to his life insurance through SelectQuote, his family can keep the house, and the boys can go to college. See how affordable SelectQuote can make just in case for you.
For a free quote, call 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property, criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
So, Dan, what type of Beanie Baby collection do you have? Were you ever given a Beanie Baby, or did you ever collect them?
No, because I'm not a brony or a 15-year-old girl.
Well, there's a new Beanie Baby out, and it's in memory of Cecil, our beloved lion. Cecil, excuse me, Cecil.
How dare you? It's like spitting on his grave all over.
I know, I don't mean to do that. Cecil, the Beanie Baby by Ty, which is a Chicago-based company. They've
billionaire Beanie Baby founder Ty Warner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ty Warner. So now
tax evader.
He right. I was going to say, is he putting this Cecil Beanie Baby out to help pay the $53 million fine he had to pay for tax evasion last year?
No, he's putting this out of the goodness of his heart. It's a new Beanie Baby, Cecil. Goes on sale at the end of September for $5.99. You can get one for yourself. It's a real collector's item. And with the Beanie Baby, you get a placard that's saying, in the memory of the beloved Zimbabwe lion that was tragically killed, 100% of the profits will be donated to Wildlife Conservation Research Unit at Oxford University. They're the ones who originally put the tracking collar on the lion in 2008. And that's the one that the dentist was trying to, damage once he killed Cecil the lion. Mm-hmm. But here's a good idea. Since Dr. Palmer wasn't able to take the carcass home, he can buy one of these as the reminder of his kill. Yeah. He can mount this bad boy on his wall while he's drinking his scotch and talking to his buddies.
Yeah, what about, all you have to do is give these animals a name, and then all of a sudden they're anthropomorphized.
I love anthropomorphized. Did I say that correctly?
Or anthropomorphized. What are the two? Pies. So Jericho, his brother. Can we get? I want the whole family.
And then the 10 little cubbies too.
Yeah.
And the wife, the female lioness who has no name because they don't care about the females in Africa. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah, it's just so sexist.
Yes,
Terrible.
it is. But if you want to get one of these, again, $5.99, and all the money goes to the Wildlife Conservation Research Unit at Oxford, which, by the way, because of Jimmy Kimmel's mention, has received $300,000 in donations.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
Two good texts, one serious, one not. Text from 708, more people know the name of the lion than the police officer murdered in Memphis. And from 630, maybe we could get a Dr. Palmer action figure.
Oh, there you go. Maybe coming soon to ChicagoRadioDeals.com. But they do have great deals for you and your family. You don't need to be a movie star to get great glowing skin. Chicago Radio Deals is offering a $100 microdermabrasion session with Dr. Hannah of Hannah Facial Cosmetic Surgery in Hinsdale at half off. That's right, for only $50. You can achieve younger, healthier looking skin. And now also available at Chicago Radio Deals from Hannah Cosmetic Surgery, Dysport's injections. Dysport is similar to Botox, but has a very natural look, and it's perfect for forehead lines and crow's feet. This treatment normally retails for $550, only $275 at CRD, and you can get two of them. Find it all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Sumeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
Join the NIU Athletics Department for Husky Family Fun Day this Sunday, August 9th, on the north end of Husky Stadium. Doors open at 3 p.m. This fun-filled day will end with a showing of the movie Big Hero 6 on the big screen in Husky Stadium at 6:15 p.m. This free event is open to kids of all ages. For more information, visit www.niuhuskies.com.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks to Cesar Perez and David Stripling, the technical director, and to you.
Shake and bake.
For making us a part of your morning every day. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 5 a.m. Now let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Well, I reject the Cecil the Lion characterization. He was a Tiger and he hit 51 home runs in 1990 and was second in the American League MVP race. It was a Tiger first.
Too soon!
He deserved, yes, no, not too soon. Here are the stories we're watching this morning. We have the National Weather Service confirming that a tornado did hit Lake County over the weekend, and we'll get reaction with that. The Illinois Senate could vote on a measure to reject pay raises for Illinois lawmakers as soon as today. University of Illinois is investigating conflicts with basketball players and rivalry accusations there. While the Cubs are washed out, the Sox fell to the Rays on a sunny and beautiful day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time at 9 o'clock. It is 9 o'clock. It's 70 degrees.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
We don't have the right to live high on the hog and put the bills on our children. That is immoral.
A balance the budget message John Kasich hopes will resonate as he runs for president. One of 14 candidates on stage last night in New Hampshire, Lindsey Graham told the Forum,
I'm fluent in Clinton speak, in which he tells us, trust me, you've got all the emails that you need.
we haven't even scratched the surface.
But none of the Republicans addressed the elephant that wasn't in the room. Donald Trump was not there as he tops yet another poll. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The latest Fox News poll has Trump with 26% support among GOP primary voters, a new high for the businessman, polling director Dana Blanton.
That's more than 4 times what it was 2 months ago. Just 8% said the same back in June.
Jeb Bush, Scott Walker, Ben Carson, and Ted Cruz round out the top 5. The top 10 and an average of several polls will be on the stage at the 9 p.m. debate Thursday. The others will be in a separate debate at 5 p.m. Fox will announce the top 10 later today. Dave.
Rachel, Donald Trump, of course, not there. A Muslim man in New Jersey court to face terror charges over a murder last year. Ali Mohammed Brown has told investigators that teen's killing and 3 others in Washington state were just retaliation for U.S. action in Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan.
He's charged with the fatal shooting of 19-year-old Brendan Tevlin last June, who was sitting at a traffic light after playing video games with a friend. He was driving home when he was murdered in cold blood. Tevlin had just finished his freshman year at the University of Richmond and was home for the summer.
Fox's Rick Leventhal outside the court in Newark. Safety officials were out investigating yesterday's tent collapse during a circus in New Hampshire that killed a father and daughter and injured 22 others during a storm with strong wind gusts. A 97-square-mile wildfire keeps going where the wind blows in Northern California.
This is, unprecedented. They haven't seen fire behavior like this in their entire career.
24 homes have burned down. 13,000 people urged to evacuate north of San Francisco. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine in Chicago, 68 degrees, 9:02 is our time on AM 560 The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Developments in the Sandra Bland case today. The family of Sandra Bland, the former suburban woman who now lives in, who left Chicago for Texas, say they're suing the people that they say are responsible for her death. Last month in a Texas jail, Bland arrested in Waller County, Texas, July 10th after being pulled over for a traffic violation and was later found dead in her cell. Today, an attorney for the Bland family is expected to file paperwork in a federal lawsuit against the trooper who made that arrest and others involved in that case. Governor Bruce Rauner issues a state disaster proclamation for 23 counties devastated by severe storms this summer. Weather officials are confirming that a tornado, an EF1 tornado, hit Lake County over the weekend, destroying homes and pulling up trees in Round Lake, Haynesville, Grays Lake, and Wildwood on Sunday night. Meantime, damage is still being repaired in Chicago's Rogers Park neighborhood from the same line of storms. Crews are working to clear roads and remove downed trees and power lines. Chicago's Roman Catholic Archbishop Blaise Supich has removed a priest, Reverend Octavio Munoz Capetillo, from his pastoral duties as authorities investigate why he may have questionable materials stored on a computer in his possession. Illinois lawmakers are considering a new plan to provide almost $5 billion in federal funding for social services during the state's budget stalemate. The Senate also is expected to reconsider a plan to freeze property taxes for 2 years. Indiana says it will fight President Barack Obama on his newly announced power plant emission requirements. Backers of the new rules say the proposals by the president will harm that state's economy and not make a dent in carbon emissions worldwide. Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner says he's also reviewing the proposed mandates. Chicago sports, Cubs and Pirates rained out. Tampa Bay over the White Sox 5-4. The news, a service of Aruba Tourism. Aruba is your shortcut to romance. Celebrate a special anniversary or have the destination wedding of your dreams. Hop a direct flight from O'Hare. Plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. 9:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
For a list of complete offer details, visit HowWeTradeRadio.com. An individual's trading strategy or personal trading does not guarantee future results or returns.
Hi, John and Pete Najarian here. You may know us from television where we're frequently featured on CNBC as leading option experts. We have some great news you do not want to miss.
As option floor traders and co-founders of Option Monster, people always want to know our secrets for trading options.
So we wrote an entire book on it. We've received over 100,000 orders over the past few months, and today we're giving away a limited number of these books for free. Just cover shipping and handling.
Learn how to use options like we do to make more income with less capital.
To reduce your investment risks.
And make money regardless of which way the market's moving.
It's all right here in this book, and today it's yours for free.
Equity options today are hailed as one of the most successful financial products to be introduced in modern times. You have to learn to profit from them.
This one book could dramatically increase your investment returns.
And today, it's free.
Call now. 1-800-600-8551. That's 1-800-600-8551. 1-800-600-8551.
Not available in California, Louisiana, and Virginia.
Listeners, do you have startup capital and want to invest in a booming business with incredible profit and growth potential? The opportunity is now because Fresh Healthy Vending, the #1 healthy vending franchise in North America, is looking for a few business-savvy, healthy-minded people right here in the local area to become Fresh Healthy Vending franchise owners. We're growing so fast that we've had hundreds of new franchise owners in the last few years alone. Now you can join them. This area has a huge demand for fresh, healthy, organic snacks on the go, and that's exactly what you'll be selling with your Fresh Healthy Vending machines. We've already identified prime, high-traffic locations that are perfect for healthy vending machines. Now we just need the right people to join our franchise network and help Fresh Healthy Vending continue to boom. If this sounds like you, go to readyforfresh.com